Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's an honor to open the first annual event of the CyberPeace Institute. I am Stéphane Duguin, CEO of the Institute, and I will be your host today. Of course, it would have been a pleasure to welcome you here in the campus biotech at the very heart of international Geneva, but safety comes first. And in the end, no complaint at all, because I'm very excited to connect today with supporters, partners, colleagues, friends. And in fact, I feel privileged to be part of such a diverse crowd. Some technical remark, you can follow this event on Facebook and on YouTube. And before diving in, I would like to reflect over the past 12 months. As you may know, the CyberPeace Institute has been launched exactly 1 year ago, and for us, this event is also anniversary. And 1 year ago, we were created to fulfill a very ambitious vision, CyberPeace. A vision that is not ours, a vision, in fact, that is shared in between communities, that is a collective drive, a collective aspiration, like a beacon that is guiding us to already today deliver very practical and innovative approach to the challenges of cyberspace. We know this challenge, state-sponsored attack, increase of malicious behavior, cybercrime as a service, everyday attacks on hospital in the midst of one of the worst pandemic the world ever faced. And still, the responses are difficult to apprehend for the one that needs these responses, meaning you, me, everyone that has the right to enjoy a just, peaceful, stable, and secure cyberspace. So 1 year ago, we were created to fulfill this vision, and we were created to be as part of this vibrant community to achieve CyberPeace. But before jumping in, also, I would like to share some words of thought leaders that agreed to stand in the future, to go from the vantage point of a non-too-far tomorrow and tell us how does it feel to stand in a world at CyberPeace. And allow me to share their words with you before launching the event. It's a pleasure. Welcome.
I stand in the future, and I see a world at CyberPeace.
I stand in the future, and I see a world at CyberPeace.
I stand in the future, and I see a world at CyberPeace.
I stand in the future, and I see a world largely at CyberPeace.
I stand in the future. I see a world at CyberPeace. I stand as a person of color, a woman in Kenya, in Africa.
Achieving a world with CyberPeace begins with bringing the 3.6 billion people without access today online and preventing the digital divide from becoming the new face of global inequality.
CyberPeace for me is when we are all able to use cyberspace as a medium of communication which is safe, secure, open, and stable.
CyberPeace is governments, companies, and citizens engaging in a peace contract. We call it a contract for the web.
And to me, CyberPeace means a world where we have norms and rules of behavior and laws that regulates in order to protect people.
With the kinds of work that built on data to hold bad actors accountable pursuant to new norms. And it took those new norms to create the new foundation to protect all of us.
So that we truly make people feel safe in cyberspace.
We must feel safe online. We must protect our children. We must protect our women from violence and abuse. And we must protect ourselves.
Interestingly enough, it started with a pandemic, COVID-19. A pandemic that brought to the surface ongoing attacks, cybercrime, and nation-state attacks on, of all things, hospitals and healthcare authorities. But that was the kind of attack that woke up the world. And once the world was awake, it took new action.
We have a lot of work ahead to achieve this vital task, and greater efforts from each one of us are urgently required.
Cybercriminals and cyber war cannot win. CyberPeace must win.
CyberPeace should create one united and global cyberspace with no fragmentation. This is my vision of CyberPeace. Thank you.
It's very inspiring words that could be shared with us. And if you want to find the full letters from these colleagues, you can find them on our website and on the website of the event. Thinking about responses to implement CyberPeace and to have a chance to have this collective activity I was mentioning is, of course, seeking to have a global impact because the challenges are so big. But in order to have a global impact, you need to understand how to make the best of local environment and regional initiative. In this context, we are very proud to be in the International Geneva, and we are very happy to have been supported since day one by the Geneva ecosystem, and out of which the Chamber of Commerce. And it's my pleasure to welcome now Vincent Subilia, who is the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Vincent, I don't know if you can hear us.
Very well indeed. Thank you.
Hello, Vincent. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you. Pleasure to be with you.
Vincent, it's a special moment for us, and thank you for joining. Thank you for giving your time. Before looking into the address of Nathalie Fontanet that we discussed about before, and I will leave you the floor to introduce this. How do you feel with the CyberPeace Institute being in Geneva and about this ambition that resonates with the core of the region?
Well, that's exactly what I wanted to share with you, Mr. Director General, Your Excellencies, dear attendees of today's event. It is a true pleasure and a real honor to address a few words to this landmark cyber audience on the occasion of the first annual meeting of the CyberPeace Institute. As a humble ambassador of Geneva's economic assets, I would like to first extend my gratitude to the CyberPeace Institute for having made Geneva their home. Often branded the smallest of the large TTs, Geneva indeed offers an unparalleled ecosystem. It is home, as you know, to an unrivaled number of international organizations and NGOs, but also hosts an important number of multinational companies, therefore making it quite a unique destination. And it is rightly viewed as the capital of global governance. It is the cradle and the stronghold of multilateralism, which is a very scarce asset nowadays, but a key asset in today's challenging world, be it in the health field with the WHO, which is more critical than ever in these days of pandemic, or in the trade space with the World Trade Organization that plays a decisive role in the revival of our economy. But this place is even more important in the territory into which the Institute is active, i.e. CyberPeace. It requires and deserves global action and an engagement of all stakeholders to design a safer and better cyber environment. And therefore, if I may, Stéphane, you made the right choice, the natural choice, if I may quote you, in electing Geneva as your footprint right in the heart of Europe. Capital of peace, Geneva is also, and possibly less known, the capital of digital innovation. Let us all bear in mind that the internet was invented only a few kilometers away at the CERN. So you're definitely on a very fertile ground. And the Chamber of Commerce, to which you are a dear member, stands on your side, together with his history of 155 years of advocating the business community and its 2,500 corporate members. We're here for you. We're here to support you, and we look forward to promising partnership. So from the House of Economy, where I'm physically standing, to the campus biotech at the center stage of innovation, again, a very happy birthday to you and your team, and a bright anniversary for many more years of achieving fruitful and promising cyberpeace for the benefit of all. Thank you, Stéphane.
Thank you very much. And this opened perfectly the floor for a very nice set of words that has been shared with us by Nathalie Fontanet. So we can look at this together, Vincent.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are living in the era of the exponential development of computing power and of capacities to connect digitally. Digital tools can positively transform our capacity to deliver new solutions in almost every sector of government and business. Unfortunately, this profound transformation also creates significant challenges to tackle. We just have to look at the headlines to understand how the internet can be misused to create division, distrust, repression, and so much more. Cyber attacks, which do affect governments, industries, and civil society, are only going to become more frequent. The question is not anymore when will I be attacked, but when will I notice that I've been attacked? It is to address such questions and to forecast future threats in cyberspace that the CyberPeace Institute has been created exactly a year ago in Geneva, with a few core objectives that are both incredibly timely and deeply relevant, as to assist vulnerable populations, to analyze attacks and reveal their impacts on human lives, to advance responsible behavior, to tell the powerful stories of those who have no voice, and to mobilize supporters and volunteers around the world to campaign for peace in cyberspace. These missions are completely aligned with the humanitarian tradition Geneva has proudly nurtured since the creation of the Red Cross. They also resonate with our unique academic and scientific environment. In other terms, your institute's presence does reinforce our capacity to offer innovative solutions to some of the most complex challenges humanity faces. Last but not least, I would also like to state that the Canton of Geneva is extremely proud to have taken a significant role in convincing the Institute to establish in Geneva, working hand in hand with the federal government in the process. I wish the CyberPeace Institute a very happy first birthday. Geneva, more than ever, is the place where technology meets humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Nathalie. Thank you, Vincent, for these warm words. And it's indeed a true pleasure for us to be in this vibrant ecosystem and to think with the local partners and regional initiative how to cooperate at the wider scale with all regions of the world to find a global solution. And to continue the discussion, I would like to welcome Maritje Schrake, the president of the CyberPeace Institute. Maritje, are you with us? It's indeed a pleasure for us to be in this vibrant ecosystem and to think. I see Vincent still online. No, Maritje is there. Hello, Maritje, how are you doing? Wide scale with all regions of the world to find a global solution. I think we have a connection issue when it comes to Maritje.
here.
Great.
We had a small technical hiccup, but it's part of our online lives, I suppose.
Maitje, thank you for joining us. You heard the words from thought leaders, representatives from the Geneva ecosystem. What's your feeling after 12 months of operation in CyberPeace Institute?
Well, first of all, I think it's really a day to celebrate, but also a day on this first anniversary of the CyberPeace Institute to reflect on where we stand today. And I think this future vision of CyberPeace that we just heard in the video, expressed very well by Catherine, Beatrice, Fabricio, Lata, and Brad, is very, very urgent. But in order to get to that future where we have CyberPeace, we really need to come and focus and get into action today, because we really need CyberPeace more today than we did yesterday and more tomorrow than we do today. I think it's fair to say that it's been a remarkable year, a challenging year, and very much an online year for many of us. And even though that connectivity is a lifesaver for many people to go to work, to go to school, to attend webinars like we do today, to be in contact with friends or culture, we should not be naive and recognize that it creates new vulnerabilities as well, because very tragically, very cynically, but unmistakably, cyber attacks are escalating and people really suffer. So I think it's important for us, as we look at what we've achieved, but also where we want to go after this first year, that we recognize how much the digital is human, and that we continue to go back to our core mission, which is to look at what is happening to people. Who are the victims of these attacks? What do these attacks teach us about where they might come from and how we might prevent them in the future? And then to use all that information to have a better informed debate and to invite more leadership to ensure responsible behavior and international law are adhered to and are continuously steered towards higher standards and, of course, ultimately to a place and a state where we can truly speak of CyberPeace. So I wish you all a wonderful mission and session with us today, and I look forward to hearing more from all the guests that we have invited today. Thanks, Stefan. Back to you in Geneva.
Thank you, Maitje. Strong words, and also important to understand that that's why the sense of the opening is that CyberPeace is owned by everyone. We really want to make sure that this day reflects the so many stakeholders and the so many initiatives that are active not only for the last 12 months as we are, but for years in this ecosystem. And it's the challenge that we have in front of us is acting as the network sometime of the worst, and it takes a coalition in order to protect our network, the network that we all want to have as a peaceful cyberspace. In order to open to diverse voice to this community, I would like to start with Kerstin Vineyard. Kerstin, if you are online with us, to welcome your thoughts about the challenges at hand and how they relate into this common objective that we all have to implement CyberPeace. Kerstin, welcome.
Thank you. Happy anniversary, CyberPeace Institute.
Thank you very
What a
much.
pleasure to be part of this milestone event, taking place in a year which has underscored like no other our digital progress and our dependencies. And I invite you to take a moment to think about how we would have lived this pandemic differently had it happened just 20 years ago. How would many of us been able to work so efficiently and effectively from home? How would we have had events like today? How much slower vaccine research, collaboration between labs and across borders would have been, or the ability to share the medical community's firsthand experience with what treatment protocols were having the greatest success. How much more or less nuanced would our understanding of risks been had the world not been collecting, analyzing, and able to share in really near time infection testing and recovery rates? And how would we have minimized disruption to our children's education, or sometimes actually keeping them occupied while we were trying to do that effective work I just mentioned a few minutes ago? So while it sometimes feels like this has been going on forever, without our miraculously digitally interconnected world, we would have been in for a much longer, much more disruptive, and a much more deadly period in human history. And while it's cliche, this period has demonstrated our vulnerabilities to digital disruption, to the actions of malicious actors, to our ability to discern critical fact and fiction, and the potential for harms to individuals, to societies, to institutions and relations. It has shown all of us, regardless of our nationality, our political views, our religion, how much that we have to lose if each of us, individuals, as consumers, as citizens, as professionals, as policymakers, and as leaders, how much we have to lose if we do not do everything in our power to protect the digital environment and achieve cyberpeace. Now, most people consider peace to be the opposite of war or conflict. And there's something of sometimes a misperception that peace is a naturally occurring phenomenon. However, peace is not passive. It is not an equilibrium that occurs in the absence of conflict. We must actively construct and defend peace with the same or more resources, commitment, and ingenuity as those who seek to undermine it. Our arsenal, or our toolbox, is far from empty. So let me briefly touch on 3 specific powerful and empowering weapons to defend or tools to build cyberpeace. First, norms. Norms are powerful. As norms are voluntary and non-binding, some feel that they are inadequate half measures to protect us from digital harms. Or they feel that norms are weak because only those like-minded with you ascribe to them while others act without constraint. And these were the same criticisms that were leveled, for example, at the Anti-Personal Mind Ban Convention when it was signed in 1997. They asked, what good was an agreement amongst like-minded states when the major producers, the users, and the exporters didn't sign? But in addition to creating legal obligations for those who join the treaty and practical measures like stockpile destruction and victim assistance, an important takeaway from that convention is that it created a norm which stigmatized the use of these indiscriminate weapons, even for those who didn't sign it. So export markets dried up. And for those few that have retained these weapons in their arsenals, many have not used them for decades. Similarly, the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, signed in 1996, it bans all nuclear testing. And despite being ratified by 168 countries, the treaty has not yet, after 24 years, entered into force because it requires the ratification of 8 more specific states. However, it created a de facto moratorium. And when 2 states broke that moratorium in 1998, shortly thereafter, they announced their own unilateral moratoriums and have conducted no further tests, leaving just 1 state who has conducted nuclear tests in the past decade. So one lesson from the CTBT experience is that asking ourselves in the end, what's more important, hard-fought and negotiated words on paper, or do we want a change in actions and behavior, whether they're voluntary or compelled through legal obligation? Second, people are powerful. To be effective, norms and other actions need a critical mass. And so norms of state behavior require a critical mass of governments to adhere to that norm. But norms also need a critical mass of other actors to raise awareness, to socialize norms, to be advocates, to translate into practical ways our actions and behaviors that are incongruent with norms. We need the expert advice from technical communities. We need analysis from the academic community. We need data collection. The more, the merrier. So when I started supporting the chairs of the GGE processes in 2009, it felt a bit like a niche market. Somebody once jokingly called it a digital secret society. Only a handful of states were actively interested in the discussion. There was a small academic community working on these topics, and there was nearly zero, not zero, but nearly zero interest from the private sector, and there was no civil society engagement on the international security dimension of ICTs. Now, unfortunately, as our daily headlines attest, as individuals, communities, and nations, we increasingly have firsthand experience with very specific digital harms. The peace and security in the digital environment is no longer a niche discussion. It's a universal concern with people at the center, and their security is at the center. The securing of our devices, our systems, our data is a responsibility of every individual, every company, every government. Digital security must be a design choice and a consumer demand. It is an expectation and responsibility of our employers and a responsibility of those public institutions who we entrust to hold our digital lives and identities, as well as protect national assets and critical information and infrastructures that we depend on. The digital environment is a vastly powerful one, and we must secure it and ourselves as if our lives depend on it, because in fact, they do. Lastly, partnerships are powerful. Starting around the time of the 2015 GGE report and its consensus adoption by the General Assembly, and perhaps also as well driven by the failure of its successor in 2017, so many new and dynamic partnerships have been created. From nearly nothing before 2015, it is amazing to see the breadth and the variety of multi-stakeholder partnerships and new initiatives these past years. Some are picking up ideas that didn't find consensus within the GGE process. Others build upon and deepen elements of international agreements, such as the GGE recommendations. And others pick up on the roles and responsibilities of other stakeholder communities. It's exciting. It truly is exciting to look around and see the ranks of Team CyberPeace, and it's constantly expanding and diversifying. Today, we look back at the risks and threats to peace that we've seen in the cyber environment this past year, and we also look ahead to what concrete actions are going to move us closer to CyberPeace in the coming year. And we do so in the shared, and I think absolute conviction that CyberPeace is powerful and possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Kerstin, for these words, and very good opening for discussion we're going to have today. And the fact that norms are important, that seeking consensus as a beginning is very, very important. It can build up on a true global impact on such a problematic that the one that we are facing now. I like also what you were saying when it comes to the digital secret society. So that's having events like this and giving light to a lot of multi-stakeholder initiatives that are already happening is to go beyond this kind of a feeling that it's a niche conversation for a secret society. So thank you for sharing that. And it's going to be said again and again today, I guess, the importance of having these multi-stakeholder partnerships. Thank you, Kerstin. To continue, I would like to dive into the topic when it comes to, practically speaking, what does it mean to achieve CyberPeace? Because we wanted to open about the ambition, the vision, where is it we want to go, what is important, but then drilling down to the reality of what does it mean for everyone, and how do you shape initiative that allows for achieving CyberPeace. To help us understanding these wider concepts, we are lucky to have with us live in real time an artist who is building a overview, a story, a visual story for us to have alongside the event some pointers, some important aspects of what this means to implement CyberPeace. So Stephanie from Chrysalis Studio is with us, and we'll come back to that several times during the event. Also, as the whole point of this event is for the community, the one watching us, the one that wants to engage, to ask questions, to participate, please know that we have an online platform called Slido. You will see on the screen the information about it. Do not hesitate. The whole idea is for you to question the speakers, is to search online for information in order to seek more about these various initiatives that are going to be presented to you. So please engage, and we'll be here to respond. So diving in, the first panel is on human security. Why this focus? Because we consider that to achieve CyberPeace, We need to put this into a manageable slice, let's say. And we look into this as a state of play when human security, human dignity, and human equity exists in digital ecosystem. And to help us looking into the first problematic, I would like to welcome, again, a diverse, very diverse crowd, you will see. Christopher Franz, who is Information Security Officer and AVP of IT Security at Mount Sinai South Nassau. Jean-Pierre Houbeau, Director for Center of Digital Trust in EPFL. Yannick Ragono from OnePoint. Gina Patugalan, who's Chief Governance and Partnership at Technology Division for the United Nations World Food Programme, and Camino Cavana, who's a Visiting Senior Fellow for King's College London. You will see that the ecosystem around human security is quite complex and diverse, and we wanted to engage with experts to give you these various points of view. Panel number one, please feel very welcome. I don't know if we can connect. I think we are facing the normal glitches of an online event. We'll give, I don't know if you can hear us, just do a sign, wave, speak. Hello, hello, Camino, how are you doing?
Hi, Stefan, how are you?
Very, very, very good. I would like to give the floor in a sequence that is from looking at the problematic that is impacting everyone today, and wanted to start with the evidence problematic of attacking healthcare in the context of COVID-19, and then building from this problematic with our other speakers when it comes to what is the situation for access to food, what is the situation when you want to ensure peace mediation, and what does it mean, practically speaking, if you want to help population to build a CyberPeace solution. In that regard, Christopher, would you like to open with us when it comes to your reality as a healthcare professional in the midst of this pandemic?
Sure. Good day, all, and thank you for having me. The recent times have been very tough on healthcare. Despite the COVID outbreak, which has been challenging, all of the cyber attacks in healthcare have made it a particularly challenging time for those in healthcare. One of the big issues with healthcare in regards to cybersecurity is anything that can lead to a delay in patient care can have an adverse impact on patient health. We've seen this in a lot of factors. For example, there was a study years ago that showed if you had a heart attack during a marathon, because it took an ambulance a couple of minutes longer to get you to a hospital, you had a much worse health impact. We're seeing some of the same types of stuff with ransomware and other outbreaks, because when those computers go down, when the medical system devices become unavailable, those lead to delays in patient care. Anything that leads to a delay in patient care can bring about adverse health outcomes. One of the things in healthcare that's becoming a really increasingly important message is that in a modern hospital, cybersecurity is a critical component of patient safety. And that's been heavily demonstrated the last couple of years. You've had hundreds of hospitals go down due to ransomware attacks. And what's particularly disturbing is that as COVID is surging in a lot of cities throughout the world, a lot of the hospitals treating those COVID patients have fallen victim to ransomware attacks, which creates double difficulties for healthcare organizations. Not only do you have to deal with a surge of patients, but often have to deal with computer systems that are down, medical devices that go down, which make it harder to treat patients on top of the surges. So it's been a very challenging time for healthcare.
Thank you, Christopher, for opening with this. It's very interesting to see that as this phenomenon still is not new when it comes to attack on the healthcare, it took another spin in the midst of this pandemic. And looking into the impact on human security, the way you just described, lead us also to look into other fields, other critical need that needs to be fulfilled for population, and how the organizational services around them see their capacity against the online threat. So, Gina, if you would like to touch upon this from the point of view of the World Health Organization.
Yeah,
Thank you very much, Stefan, and congratulations on your anniversary. So let me focus on food security, because we all know by now that there is a very close link between food security and peace, and conflict and food insecurity and hunger. So they feed each other. In the current context of COVID, we have seen how digital technology has really played out in the way we provide assistance to those affected by crisis. In fact, we could say in the World Food Programme that the COVID emergency response is probably one of the one of the first instances where our response is very much data-led, because it has, we've used digital technology and data a lot to inform our decisions in the World Food Programme. So generally, there's already a big impact of digital technology or cyber, of anything that has to do with data and technology in the way the food systems are going. So we've seen automation, reducing, fine-tuning inputs. We've seen the use of AI, machine learning, and remote sensing in agriculture. We've seen traceability technologies such as blockchain and digital logistics services that are used to streamline agriculture and food supply chains. So there are a lot of emerging trends in the food sector that's being seen with the use of data. Now, with regard to emergency response, there has been quite a tremendous tremendous opportunities with the use of technology. So let me give you some examples on how the World Food Programme had taken advantage of this. With the use of our digital platform CodeScope, we have been able to transfer, as of September this year, $1 billion of cash to our beneficiaries. And this is in the midst of global restrictions to travels and movement of population. So without technology and without, connection to fintech and connections to other forms of mobile money, etc., we would not have been able to achieve this in an unprecedented manner and in a way that is fast and efficient and effective. So when transport networks also went down in the early months of the pandemic, 51 humanitarian organizations across the world had used the WFP's Emergency Service Marketplace to ship nearly 50,000 cubic meters of health and humanitarian cargo to 165 countries. So this really shows that even in times of crisis, with digital technology, we're able to speed up humanitarian delivery to populations in need. And then, of course, there are other examples, such as the use of drones that's enabling connectivity and imagery in the way we map where hunger is and where there is a prevalence of food insecurity. But just to highlight here, there are a lot of opportunities to use digital technology and data to promote food security. However, there are also challenges to it. There are the issues of data protection, there are the issues of digital inclusion, digital literacy that still have to be managed and to be inculcated across the humanitarian community, across the development community, both also among staff as well as the populations in need. Over to you, Stefan.
Thank you, Gina. It's very interesting. I was taking notes in terms of what you describe, and Kerstin touched upon this before, in terms of that technology is a key enabler, an accelerator to humanitarian delivery. And that's very important to see that this trend is growing. and at the same time, the risk going with it when it comes to the security of this infrastructure, this network, the digital literacy that is needed for workers just to understand what is happening is also then at stake. I'm just going now to Camino because it's very also interesting to understand that we saw the challenge when it comes to access to food or access to health, but also communities that are specifically impacted or vulnerable in this in the cyberspace. If Camino, you want to share some word with us about this, thank you.
Yeah, sure, Stefan. First of all, happy birthday to the CyberPeace Institute. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you. So one of the many hats I wear involves work that I am undertaking with the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs on the impact of digital technologies on the practice of mediation. This is very different from the work I do with UNIDIR and others on international security issues because it's more associated with the third-party mediation in non-international conflicts. So first I'd say, also with my war studies background, that while often deemed revolutionary, especially in strategic or war studies, digital technologies do not in themselves bring revolutionary change at all to the practice of mediation. But if leveraged properly, some of the technologies can bring efficiencies and opportunities to mediation efforts. They can expand the mediator's ability, for example, to understand the character of a conflict and the shifting dynamics of a negotiation, as well as facilitate engagement with the conflict parties. But at the same time, they also bring significant risks. So today's, we need to step back a little bit first because today's civil conflicts, as has been written about significantly, are highly fragmented and increasingly internationalized, involving multiple internal and external actors. They last much longer, are more intractable, and tend to be a lot less conducive to traditional political settlements. But above all, it's in these contexts where societies are much more vulnerable and likely to be more affected by the misuse of digital technologies, and often where states and non-state actors showed much less restraint in their behaviors. So digital tech are increasingly relevant in these contexts, which is where most mediation efforts generally take place. So mediating or facilitating a solution to these kinds of conflicts is already significantly difficult. It's highly complex, it's a very human-intensive and trust-dependent endeavor. So for mediators and others engaged in peacemaking efforts, understanding the challenges that digital technologies can bring about in the context they're working on is critical to designing their engagement strategies. So just in terms of the common challenges that one can identify in these contexts, so these include data breaches, information leaks, and other breaches of confidentiality, monitoring and surveillance, including for targeting purposes, internet shutdowns, hacking devices to disrupt or corrupt information flows or spread misinformation and disinformation, and competition for control of critical internet resources. These are things that we're seeing increasingly in civil armed conflicts. And while not yet evident in these contexts, it's highly likely that cyber capabilities will be used in the future alongside other capabilities to disrupt or sabotage infrastructure upon which one or other party relies for their own strategy. So some of these uses can definitely lead to escalation of tensions between the parties and are increasingly viewed as contributing to the intractability of deepening or ongoing conflicts. This reality presents important challenges to conflict and crisis management in general and to mediation in particular, and there are spillover effects into areas that, for example, Gina works on. The humanitarian consequences in some places are exacerbated by the non-resolution of these conflicts. So over the past couple of years, just to provide a little bit of insight into some of the approaches that are being taken to better understand and resolve and find solutions to these new developments. So I've been working with the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs on a project relating to digital technology and conflict prevention, including on mediation. And the first phase of the project led to the publication with the Humanitarian Dialogue Center on a report called Digital Technologies and On-Conflict Mediation. I will do some advertisement here. The findings of this report stress that mediation practitioners have a responsibility to understand the opportunities and risks associated with digital technologies in conflict settings. And we found that they're particularly apparent, these risks, in 4 areas relevant to mediation, including how technologies, as Kristen mentioned, can enable conflict analysis, that enabling function, but also how the uses of digital technologies in conflict need to be factored into conflict analysis. How also a mediator's engagement with the conflict parties, whether in person or through virtual channels, which is the case during the pandemic, is affected by by technology. How it affects efforts to ensure greater inclusivity, which is a very important principle in mediation, and how it affects strategic communications. I'll stop there, but there's quite a bit more in terms of managing risk, et cetera, and cyber hygiene that we can discuss afterwards.
Thank you very much, Camino, for this. That's interesting that a lot of what you describe is very aligned with what was mentioned before by Christopher and Gina, because the scale of attack, the threat landscape, that there's a risk of attack, so purely cyber attack, but also espionage and also sabotage and also campaign of disinformation to undermine legitimacy, something that we find in other fields. So interesting to see these commonalities whilst we are looking at very different fields. Thank you, Camino, for sharing. To continue looking at this from another lens, we'd be curious to hear from Yannick. When you're running program in order to help implementing solution to address these challenges, what are the key factors that you have in mind? And welcome, Yannick.
Thanks a lot, Stefan, and thanks to the CyberPeace Institute for this opportunity. I'm working as partner for OnePoint, which is a transformation architect, working for companies and public agencies and nations in their transformations, mainly digital transformation, but also business and business model transformations. And based on the experience starting with the last COVID-19 crisis, we have been able to demonstrate, as you said, that a lot of the businesses and a lot of the nations are able to move a huge part of their activity, starting by buying, by selling, by working a lot on digital. It has been not easy, but it's moving at a fast speed. The same goes for a lot of the activity, and as the growth we see obviously the risk of digital coming as a full reality. Typically, we believe that the next challenges will be on 3 pillars in the coming years. Definitively, health and food and digital securities will be what we can call the new pillar of securities, something that we need to ensure for every citizens and every people everywhere. And of course, it goes end to end. As said by Gina, more and more food will be food security will be managed through technology. Is the same for health, and we have a kind of hopefully a virtuous cycle we need to put in place between 3 levels of securities and risk management. What does it mean really is today we believe that we have just touched the surface. That means if you look at what happened on the health sector, and the past few weeks has been very hectic for most of the CISO or for most of the IT people working in the hospital. And thanks, Chris, for your testimony. It has been a real challenge. We saw that the cyber attacks grew by during the COVID crisis by more than 600 or 700%. Then it's a huge. Currently, there is a lot of. I was just looking at the news yesterday about some attacks in Switzerland, some attacks in the Vermont hospital, the University of Vermont hospital. Most of it is linked to cyber security or cyber crime. I mean, people asking for ransom, blocking system, and so on. And we believe it's only the surface because, as you said, behind the cyber security, behind the cyber crime, there is always the potential of the cyber war or the cyber terrorism. And today, most of our most of the medical devices are connected and then could be vulnerable to some attack. We are using more and more remote care, which is also another factor of attack. Then what we believe needs to happen is really a change of paradigm in the way we build this project, how we build the programs, and how we establish the new level of security and health sector, especially. And coming back to that, it's really about how we change the way we design, thinking, design the medical devices, design the various aspects of an hospital or healthcare provider, starting with security at the core of the design. We talk a lot about security, privacy, and resilience by design, making sure that we take that full end-to-end, from the conceptions to the implementations to the run, making sure that we have the right level of awareness and training for everyone, including, of course, the people working in the hospital, but also the people visiting the hospital about the risk of cyber. It goes after that, of course, by a huge collaborations in terms of information exchange and in the way we manage it. And of course, at the end, how we can get the support when incidents happen and how we manage incidents. And that goes to the Camino example of the importance of the mediations in case of in such incidents. Then again, we believe that in the coming years and starting next year, most of the studies show that there will be a huge increase of the ransomware attacks. They'd say multiplied by 5 or 6 at least compared to this year. And that means it's an occasion for everyone to think about the cyber resilience in terms of how I will protect my IT, my infrastructure, my informations, but mainly my operations, and how I can have a real plan in order to secure all that. Thanks a lot, Stefan.
Thank you very much, Yannick. Very informative. Thanks for this. It's interesting to see that whatever digital transformation we want to put in place, which means making sure that different audience in different regions, different countries can not only understand the challenge, but also have the resources and the capacity to implement the responses, is a moving target. Because whilst multi-stakeholder initiative are trying to provide support or digital transformation, then the landscape changes and the threat change. So very interesting to see. To continue looking into potential solution, because we all know that in this context, and we saw that because we have fields like health, food security, peace mediation, digital transformation, what is learned in one field can really inform another one. So how do you make sure that we can exchange information in between these very different fields? And if it's possible for you to share some word with us about this, Jean-Pierre, would be appreciated.
Sure, with pleasure. Thanks for having me here, and again, happy birthday to you indeed. Congratulations for setting up this the Institute. So I had a few slides I'm happy to share unless you want to do it yourself. So I've been instructed to not do it myself, but this is what it is about. Just a few slides to make things even more concrete. So if you go to the next slide. So I'm going to talk about privacy conscious sharing. I'm not sure the whole slide is visible on the screen, but I guess it's nevertheless understandable. So the title of the slide is multi-site studies. So the idea here is that one of the main issues that the health sector is facing is actually the ability to share information, make sense of information that is currently very much in silos, typically in various hospitals. So how do you reconcile all this information, knowing that in most cases it is not possible to transfer the data? It's not possible to transfer the data for the variety of reasons. It can be data protection rules, it can be the unwillingness and retention of the data, and so on and so forth. So how do we essentially move on and solve this issue? Is absolutely crucial, as we have seen during the pandemic so far. This problem absolutely needs to be addressed as soon as possible. So if you go to the next slide. So this is something that we have done lately. We have managed to develop, let's say, software solutions. And we are not the only ones. I take it just as an example of a solution that we have developed and deployed in 3 Swiss university hospitals, and that make it possible to share the data in that level. So if we go to the next slide, So if you go to the next slide, this is shown. This shows how this works in a nutshell. So if there's a willingness to explore a given cohort, so a set of patients that are in different locations, it's possible to generate requests and obtain information without having to transfer the data. And please, next slide. You'll see on the next slide how the outcome looks like. So you see here, you get a kind of a breakdown of the whole thing in terms of how many patients can be found in the different institutions. And here again, the data have not been transferred. This has been realized by appropriate, let's say, cryptographic solutions that are now very well mastered. Once the cohort of patients have been identified, then one moves to the next step, which is the analysis of this cohort. So if you move to the next slide, we'll have the gist of it. So the analysis is, okay, we've identified there are a total of this of 7, let's say, patients or scattered over 3 hospitals. And then one can apply appropriate statistical solutions in order to extract information out of this. And for example, compare the efficacy of different, let's say, treatments as shown on the next slide. So if you move to the next slide, please. You will see here, for example, on this plot, you see on the x-axis, you see the, let's say, survival of patients, and on the vertical axis, you see the likelihood. In this case, in this way, it is possible to compare the efficacy of 2 medicaments, blue one or red one, and one can see here that clearly the blue one is superior to the other one. So this we have done in the framework of oncology in Switzerland. And if you move to the next slide, let me mention this can be brought at scale for the sharing of, for example, COVID data. And so we are now collaborating with a number of partners that you see depicted on this map. So many partners in the US, but also partners in Nigeria, in Israel, and in various places in Europe. So let me now move to the conclusion of this very short presentation. So, which is on the next last slide. So, the message I want to convey here is it is possible to extract information out of the data sets without transferring them, and which means in this way there is no loss of control. And as a consequence, there is going to be a high motivation to share the data and a high willingness to harmonize the data formats, which leads to less paperwork and streamlining the work of ethics committees. And this is based on techniques that I don't have the time to explain here, but that I mentioned here on the slide. And we've deployed this, and we've shown how it works. So in a nutshell, the message I want to convey here is that health data nowadays needs to be brought to the 21st century, right? We have done, this has been done in the financial sector. We do e-banking, we do m-banking on a regular basis. We are not there yet on the side of health. And I hope this pandemic will be the opportunity to have a full understanding of the magnitude of the problem, and that appropriate solutions are going to be deployed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Pierre. Very informative, and thank you for sharing to the mechanics of the challenge of information exchange, and already demonstrating that we can already move into thinking about solution, providing concept and solution that will allow to solve part of the problem. And in fact, from this, I would like to build a question from the panel, also looking into what we're receiving online, is how much do you feel that you, I mean, not panelists per se, but the field is learning from each other? Is there something like, you're mentioning, Jean-Pierre, in the end, that a certain level of maturity of information exchange, for example, in the financial sector, is not yet implemented into the healthcare. Whilst reverse, the criminal innovation that is present in against the financial sector for long has already been used in order to attack the healthcare. So it looks like that on one end, it's difficult to benchmark or to benefit from best practices. On the other end, if you're a criminal group or a group that is used by a state to conduct an attack, it's way easier to exchange these best practices. So, I mean, question for the panel who wants to jump into that. How do you feel that you can learn from each other?
I think learning across industry verticals is critical. I think healthcare has been an industry that has actually lagged in cybersecurity in particular. One of the problems with healthcare is a lot of the funding for technology and stuff will go to rolling out new medical technologies. They don't often focus as much on the cybersecurity aspects of that. And this is particularly interesting in the time of COVID right now, because you often hear it said that COVID has forced 10 years of digital progress in a matter of a few months, and there is some truth to that. But it's also one of the things that's leading to a lot of the cybersecurity problems within healthcare today, because one of the things is hospitals rush to roll out telehealth, they rush to roll out remote access, they rush to roll out all these technologies in order to deal with the pandemic, but often didn't think about the cybersecurity repercussions of the technologies they rolled out. So yes, that increased remote access is great, but did they take the time to actually see how it increased their attack surface, made them more vulnerable to certain types of cyber attacks? And that's the kind of analysis that a lot of hospitals didn't take the time to do. They just went ahead and rushed the technology out. So I think hospitals are largely playing catch up still. I think it's going to be true for the next several years. Although I do think the message is starting to come across where hospitals are beginning to pay more attention to cybersecurity. And as more investment does happen in that area, I think you will begin to see healthcare begin to catch up.
Thank you, Christopher. Gina, if I can ping you on that one, do you feel it's that you're facing the similar challenges, if not threats, in the food security context, that solutions are being engineered, maybe too fast, cutting corners when it comes to security or data protection or privacy? What's your feeling on this?
I cannot speak for the rest of the humanitarian community, but in WFP, I mean, we take data protection and data security very, very seriously. We have, in fact, strengthened, our work on cybersecurity, and it's grown. It's maturing quite well in the organization, and we have, we take a lot of learning from private sector as well, from cutting edge, organizations and firms. So that, and as well as, some regulations that exist across, especially on data protection, the GDPR and other countries that have started to institute data protection regulations. So there are a lot of things that we are learning across the globe. And I think, though organizations can be very unique in their own ways, but there are very similar processes that organizations can learn from each other, and similar technologies and mechanisms that we can institute, so that there is also interoperability, which is very important to ensure safety and protection of data. Because if we are also using different methods and ways of securing data, it's and that interoperability is difficult. It also kind of undermines each other's processes. Over to you, Stefan.
Thank you, Gina, and for bringing also the complex challenge of interoperability in the conversation. And it ties quite nicely with what Jean-Pierre was explaining before. We have a question from the audience. I just read it. What does the panel think is the biggest current blocker to ensuring nations are acting more responsible in cyberspace? Camino, can I ping you on that one?
Yeah, sure. There are many responses to that. I think currently we have the pandemic, which provides an excuse not to act on certain things. There are also a range of geopolitical issues that are, I wouldn't say preventing, but provoking different reactions and different approaches to the question of acting responsibly in cyberspace. I mean, one could easily fall back on the crutch of the challenges of attribution, but I think that deserves a conversation in itself. And I think on the attribution issue, there have been significant advances, at least at the technical level. And then it's up to the state itself to decide whether, based on a legal assessment, whether it wants to assign responsibility for a certain activity or not. But I think, we can't look at cyber-related issues and irresponsible behaviors absent a broader analysis of the context within which this activity is taking place. Is it related to something broader? Is it related to ongoing negotiations? Is it related to other tensions? For example, within an actual ongoing conflict, evidently there it's easier to make an assessment. Sometimes regarding activity in peacetime, it's a little bit more difficult, but there generally tends to be some reason for that behavior. And that's not saying that that behavior is justified, but I think being able to do that cross-domain analysis to be able to understand the behaviors and then be able to understand what response is required in such a situation is important. As I think everybody knows, both those participating in this panel and those on the other side of it, there are processes underway at the moment within the UN General Assembly looking at norms of responsible behaviour and trying to move closer to understanding how adherence to those norms of responsible behaviour can be fostered. But Unidir and Kristen, I'm sure would be happy to also discuss that if she hasn't done so already. But I'll stop there.
Thank you, Camino. It's, I guess it's critical to this conversation today that for everyone to understand that thinking the problematic through the lens of cybersecurity only or technology only is not going to provide any solution at scale or that will be sustainable. The ambition of CyberPeace is more complex, and you're just mentioning it, Camino, that context is important, geopolitical context, and also and that will be good that we touched upon this, if we start going into the challenges of attribution, but and how this link also with accountability. How do we track accountability when it comes to obligation of actors, and do they live up to their obligation? Is also part of the element to have in mind. And we have a panel later today very focused on accountability, so thank you for the opener. A question when it comes to the difficulty, the practical difficulty to learn from each other field. And Jean-Pierre, you were mentioning this complexity of exchange information in the healthcare. How do you think that the communities that we are trying to serve understand this problematic, and how ready they are to implement capacity, tools, new digital literacy in order to overcome this complexity?
Yeah, so thanks for insisting on this, because I think this is indeed, Stefan, a major issue. I've been working, I'm a computer scientist, but working very, very extensively with hospitals and medical doctors and bioinformaticians. And this is really a recurring problem, that reaching a level at which the quality of the data that are provided and the homogeneity in terms of formats is at par with what is needed. We are not there yet. I mean, people should know that we are not there yet. There exist standards of all kinds, which is good, right? A lot of effort has been put on that front, but it's a very difficult issue. And so the analogy with the financial sector can be interesting up to a certain point. We have to understand that the health sector is way more challenging in terms of the nature of the data. Financial sector is about essentially, how amounts of money and then, dates, time, and so on, right? In the health sector, it's way, way more diverse. The number of devices from which data are gathered and obtained is very diverse as well. And as Chris would certainly confirm, there's a problem of aging of some of these devices that may be somewhat obsolete, but still out there in operation. So what is really needed is the incentive that will facilitate and will encourage people to do a proper job in terms of data formatting and data curation. And currently these incentives are missing to some extent, because people are sitting on their own data. Retaining data is retaining control and retaining also a sort of competitive advantage in terms of publication, which also matters in this field, of course, right? So people are very, very, very cautious on their data. And now if we can bring this distinction between extracting information without losing the control of the data, which I know is pretty abstract, but is doable actually. This is, I think, is going to be a big leap and will facilitate the whole process.
Thank you, Jean-Pierre, for this. What you were saying at the very end, this notion of control that could go in the way to systemic solution when we have to think collectively how to better implement a solution to help this human security in this field is very important. Our control sometimes is not the same as empowerment. So thank you for raising this. The last question from the audience is how can we ensure security of basic resources for vulnerable communities in developing countries? So Yannick, if you would like to take that one.
Yeah, sure, Stefan. Thanks a lot for that. I think coming back to that issue is really about defining some kind of high-level standards that could be shared by some nations. I think it's a common point, and there has been few initiatives like the Paris Call, obviously, in order to set up some common understanding on what is the risk linked to cyberspace and how we need to deal with that level of security. Definitively, what you are doing at the CyberPeace Institute is a key element in that direction, having an overall framework that could be looked at the international level. After that, practically, it's about defining two elements of security. Again, part of every project and every directions, ensuring maybe some international benchmark and how much is being done by every nations or every groups on establishing the right cyber resilience level for their country. And I would say definitively promoting cyber security through awareness to every populations. And finally, and I think this is something that you are taking care of in some part, having some international groups ready for interventions or ready for supports in case of incident.
Thank you, Yannick. And yes, we'll also have the opportunity to debrief on some very specific activities that are done in this field. One among them, the project Cyber for Healthcare, in order to deliver this really tangible support to the one in need. Thank you. I would like to thank all the panelists for joining us today. Again, I would have really like to welcome you here in Geneva, but thank you for the time that you took. And we'll move on down the program in something that may be surprising when you look at the agenda, but we felt it was very important because as you can see, talking about cyber is not something that is very easy. First, the concepts are complicated. If you want to oversimplify them, you lose the meaning, the important meaning. And if you stay on the right level of complexity, sometimes just you're going to lose the audience. There's a field that is very effective in order to talk about this complex topic, and a simple one, and that's art. Because art can go beyond the polarization of position. It can go beyond the fact that something that technology is very bad and it's going to just drive the world into a mayhem of chaos and challenges, whilst other would be more overconfident in terms of exponential technology, which comes with solution to all the problems. Art can really go to putting different point of view together and making sure that the one that wants to understand cyberspace and becomes like empowered, I would almost to say, citizen of the cyberspace, have experience where they would question what is this all about? So raising at least the question is already giving the first part of the knowledge to the people you want to outreach. So we'd like to present to you in the following session the work of some artists that accepted to work with us in order to put a shape around the notion of cyberpeace. So it's our pleasure to present their work.
Imagine seeing a concept before anyone else in history. It is probably impossible to reach that frame of mind at a time when all visual references to similar concepts show logs and hackers that inform us little and provoke fear. When the CyberPeace Institute contacted me to illustrate what CyberPeace is, I understood from the very first moment that this was going to be a challenge. How could I illustrate a concept that had never been represented before and that will engage and provoke reactions in the audience? How to transcend the paradoxes of the positive and negative aspects of the internet and give a visual representation to CyberPeace? The problem is that by being a new concept, there are no previous visual references to what CyberPeace is, and this concept, like so many other concepts of the human experience, is a multidimensional and convoluted one. So how do we unravel this tangle of ideas and concepts to be digested at a glance? We can find the thread and we can begin pulling from it. I found this thread on a fragment of a Medium article, CyberPeace from Human Experience to Human Responsibility, where Stéphane Dugan, the CEO of the CyberPeace Institute, exposes CyberPeace exists only when human security, dignity, and equity are ensured in digital ecosystems. Here Dugan shows us the pillars that allow CyberPeace to develop. So, with this goal in mind, let's continue to pull on this thread and go one level beyond to what peace is. Daisaku Ikeda, a Buddhist philosopher and founding president of the Soka Gakkai International, presents a reflection on peace that overlaps with some of the concepts presented by Stéphane Dugan. He says that peace is not just the absence of war. It is truly a peaceful society, as one in which everyone can maximize their potential to lead fulfilling lives free from threats to their dignity. Genuine peace can only be established on the basis of respect for the dignity of the human life and a recognition of our shared humanity. Now, with a concept formed about peace and cyberpeace, to go one step further, we can take help from dialectics, a philosophical tool proposed by the German philosopher Hegel. In dialectics, Hegel proposes that to reach the evolution of a concept, its synthesis, we must confront our thesis with its antithesis. In this case, the antithesis of peace leads us to study what war is, or in this case, the human causes of war. And if we ask our Buddhist friends for more help, we will see that in their philosophy, the human causes of war are anger, greed, and stupidity. Using again dialectics to find the antithesis of these causes, we can find compassion, generosity, and awareness as the fundamental ingredients that help us understand what peace is. So, how then do we tie all these concepts together? Here we are helped by our friends the Greeks, and later by Joseph Campbell, who found in their stories this means of communication that transcends millennia and cultures, and have captivated us since immemorial times with this pattern, the hero's journey. In the hero's journey, Campbell tells us that our main character begins in the status quo, and then he wants something else. On this journey, he changes internally to adapt to this new world and receives help from others. He achieves victory and learns from what has happened. He then returns to the known, but now he has changed, and so he changes his scale of the world, and his field of order has now expanded. If we order our set of ideas and apply them on the hero's journey, we will see that we can form a story through what we have developed before. And each of these concepts precedes the previous ones in a linear order. Now we know that security, dignity, and equity are a result of facing the two previous phases. So to show a visual synthesis of CyberPeace, we must focus on the human component, the dialectical confluence of the thesis and antithesis, such as security versus privacy, to reach its synthesis. Here we arrive at four representations, where we see external and uncontrollable situations, the unknown, provoked by the human causes of war, anger, greed, and stupidity. And we have our hero, a being of light who overcomes obstacles with compassion, or receives help from others, and achieves victory against darkness through assistance, accountability, and advancement. Overall, we can understand what CyberPeace is, an active process of evolution from chaos to order, framing it in a dramatic representation of the eternal process of balancing our instincts and our search for meaning, the light and the darkness that are part of the human experience. And by touching the human experience, we seek to develop a physical sensory reaction to the viewers, make them identify emotionally with the piece and have it engraved in their minds, and hopefully be the first stone in a culture of representation of CyberPeace that will continue for the generations to come. Thank you, my name is Abraham Peña, I'm an art director at Montiello.com, and this was The Art Commission. See you on the next one.
My name is Mariah Yohai. I'm co-owner and creative director of Craftograph, which is a virtual design house based in the Pacific Northwest of the United States. My partner Kyle and I brought together years of industry experience in tech, advertising, and fashion to collaborate on and create this image. I see the core of the CyberPeace movement as the need to shift global practices from prioritizing information and device security to the prioritization of human freedoms, rights, and security. For me, CyberPeace is the free and open exchange of ideas, the freedom to reach out to fellow humankind across cyberspace, but without the stressors and threats that are currently top of mind, looming in every click, every download, and every connection. Therefore, it was important to me that human be the first read in this image. Even before peace, even before we read cyberspace, if we forget that cyberspace was created as a place for humans to connect, then we miss the point entirely. The image depicts two hands reaching through the digital fibers of cyberspace. It symbolizes working together, humanity, love, community, connection, and the individual. One hand reaches from above, one from below, to symbolize a more powerful nation-state, protecting those with less freedoms and power. Each line was inked by hand after studying digital projections over outstretched arms. Then the line work was digitally colored and composed over the interpretation of a digital plane. We wanted the representation of cyberspace to be this sort of rainbow glitch of energy and color. It's meant to feel alive, and while representative of the digital world, organic nonetheless. It comes together to communicate the essence of CyberPeace, that cyberspace must remain, above all else, a human-centered world.
Hello, welcome to the presentation of CyberPeace Institute Creatives. Just as the end goal of CyberPeace is focused on the human experience, the key means to achieving it is through human responsibility. Driving this sense of responsibility requires awareness, empowerment, and importantly, accountability. These are the foundational aspects that we have taken into account to create some interesting creatives in this presentation. As we have gone deeper into the problem statement on how might we create visuals that communicates the right meaning and evoke a sense of awareness and responsibility, We have found some important key points like design for inclusivity, bringing human touch, understanding what cyberspace is, and finally crafting with scalable approach. As design for inclusivity being one of the most important key points to consider, these creatives should connect and communicate the meaning to everyone who is part of the cyberspace, eventually bringing awareness and a sense of responsibility. Usually, as a first step, we think of common metaphors, but that may not fit into our criteria to communicate the right meaning, because these simple metaphors are broad and communicates multiple meanings. Here is another example which could be used to communicate peace, freedom, and unity. But this also communicates a broad meaning. Thinking from a real-life scenario and how we connect daily with cyberspace helps in crafting the right visuals. This is an initial sketch that represents such scenario. Eventually, these visuals will play a role in communicating the right message that we would like to deliver. Let's have a look at how these visuals are turned out. Quite beautiful and interesting to see the kind of message these communicate with the viewer. Well, this can happen with anyone. We are all connected with cyberspace. There could be times when you get to see a news which seems fake. And what would you do next? These are small moments where we should be aware and be more responsible to take the right action. These moments could be for anyone, at any age, at any place, because we all are connected with the cyberspace. Here you can see how we have come up with another real-life scenario to bring awareness. As a story, here you can see how all of these scenarios comes into one picture. Yes, we all are connected in physical world and cyberspace. Being aware and taking the right actions will help us create a peaceful world. Later, we have taken a completely different approach to communicate the message through visual elements and without using any textual elements. Going forward, we have got more and more ideas to how we can tell the story. Mobile being one of the mostly used devices to connect with cyberspace. Having a visual representation with that will communicate the message even faster. Yes, this could be a series of creatives where we can tell more and more beautiful stories to bring the change. And these creatives are built keeping in mind that we will be using that in website, Medium blog, or platforms like Instagram.
Very, very, very inspiring, and I hoped it gave you some ideas. As I was mentioning in the beginning of the event, please feel free to search, to investigate, to contact, to connect. We'll be very happy to facilitate the connection with these artists because the work is quite amazing. To continue with the program, we'd like to have a second view on what is it that we need to put in place to achieve CyberPeace. How do we think CyberPeace? And it's really my pleasure to welcome Scott Shackelford, who is Executive Director for Ostrom Workshop Program on Cybersecurity and Internet Governance. And if someone knows a lot about CyberPeace and can give us depth of knowledge, that's Scott. So I'm very happy that he's joining us. Hello, Scott. Can you hear us? Maybe there's a delay. There was a delay before. Maybe we'll use the chat box and mention to Scott that he's live. And in fact, looking also at the time, because it's mentioned that we like to have across the whole event. Is
excellent. Okay, I'm so sorry, everyone.
You there,
I think
Scott?
I'm live.
Hey, how you doing?
For whatever reason, I couldn't hear anything else. But apologies for the delay then. I'll just go ahead and jump in if that sounds okay. So greetings. Thank you so much again for this incredibly kind invitation. It's an honor and it's a pleasure to be here virtually with you today to celebrate the 1-year anniversary of the groundbreaking CyberPeace Institute. I just kind of a quick aside, I myself got interested in CyberPeace during a visiting gig that I did at Notre Dame back in 2013. And at the time I was writing a book on cyber war, bit depressing, but I came across the positive peace literature there, which got me thinking about flipping the paradigm. What's the best we can hope for in terms of peace on the internet, and how can we all get there together? Which are some of the key themes we're exploring today. Now, as many of you know, 10 years ago, relatively little had been written about cyberpeace. I'm happy to say that's no longer the case. But back then, the ITU, the World Federation of Scientists, the Vatican did some groundbreaking work on defining cyberpeace in part as a universal order of cyberspace built on a wholesale state of tranquility, the absence of disorder and disturbance or violence. But even they realize that such a definition can't be watertight, but rather it's incremental in its list of ingredients. So I guess you can say that I've been baking ever since, working off that ingredients list. And I reorganized that book project, which became Managing Cyber Attacks in International Law, Business and Relations in Search of CyberPeace. And it was very much a search, with each chapter going up the stack, as it were, talking about the governance challenges in the hardware, the supply chain levels, up to what firms, countries, and the international community can do to contribute to the cause of cyberpeace. Asked lots of folks during this interview process for the book what they considered cyberpeace to be, and I got back some wonderful answers, I thought at least. Michael Dubose, who used to head up the U.S. Department of Justice Cybercrime Division, told me cyberpeace would be an entire weekend without my BlackBerry going off. That was a bit dated, of course, at this point, but you get the idea. At the time and since, cyberpeace has been discussed not in terms of a negative peace or the absence of violence online, which was the starting point for how Johan Galtung described the new field of peace studies he helped to create in 1969, but rather as the construction of a network of multi-level regimes that promote global, just, and sustainable cybersecurity by clarifying the rules of the road for companies and countries alike in order to help reduce the threats of cyber conflict, crime, and espionage to promote human rights to levels comparable to other domains. Indeed, Professor Galtung defined violence in part as the cause of the difference between the potential and the actual, between what could have been and what is, extrapolating from that logic as technology advances, be it biometrics or blockchain, the opportunity cost of not acting to ameliorate human suffering, I'd argue, grows, as do the capabilities of attackers to cause harm. This highlights the fact that cyberpeace isn't a finish line, as many of you are aware, but rather is an ongoing process of due diligence, of risk management. In this way, we're working to refine and operationalize the concept of cyberpeace in partnership with the CyberPeace Institute, in part through a new edited volume that we're working on. This is called CyberPeace, Charting a Path Toward a Sustainable, Stable, and Secure Cyberspace, which I wanted to briefly mention as it's being published by Cambridge Press next year with my co-editors, Frédéric Duzet from Paris 8, and of course from the Commission on the Global Commission for Cyber Stability, and Chris Ankerson from NYU. And this edited volume, we've invited scholars, practitioners, and leading organizations, including the CyberPeace Institute, from around the world to put together contributions about what CyberPeace means to them, right? And how it fits in part of the overarching cause for promoting international peace and security. In part, we organized the volume around 4 pillars of CyberPeace, which I'd love to hear feedback on, frankly, we all would. And these pillars include, number 1, respecting human rights and freedom. So this kind of harkens back to the UN Declaration for Human Rights, of course, and FDR's 4 freedoms even, around freedom of speech and expression, religious freedom, freedom from want, even freedom from fear, which I would include the cause of human dignity. As well as number 2, spreading internet access along with cybersecurity best practices, strengthening multi-stakeholder governance mechanisms as well to ensure that diverse communities are both heard and empowered online. It's number 3. And number 4, promoting stability as well as sustainable development, since the Sustainable Development Goals themselves are tied up intricately with the cause of cyber peace and cybersecurity, I'd argue. So it's going to be a wonderful volume that's going to be coming out. But I'd be happy to answer any questions that folks might have about that at a later date, but I just wanted to put that on people's radar. There's also a lot of wonderful work happening in this field that the CyberPeace Institute has been wonderful to advance, not only in thought leadership, as you see today, but also really on the ground with helping at a lot of levels to push the ball forward here. And I'm happy to partner, including with the Cyber Security Clinic here at IU, the CyberPeace Core that's being developed, and the CyberPeace Index even that's in development now as well. And much of this work, a lot of time and effort has been done to show how the Ostroms in particular and this idea of polycentric governance is instrumental to cyber peace, which is something that, I think has a lot of potential to still unpack further, since it's so important to build trust in diverse communities. After all, as Lynn Ostrom said, who won the Nobel Prize in Economics 10 years ago now, it's the most important resource, trust. That's why this polycentric approach of doing all we can at all these levels, including through civil society efforts like the CyberPeace Institute embodies, to build out this notion of a positive cyber peace is so important. It can't just be top down. It can't just be bottom up. It has to be a marriage of the two. And this growing ecosystem of scholars, practitioners, and organizations, including the CyberPeace Institute, are really spearheading this cause of cyber peace. And that gives me great hope for the future of the field and for ensuring human dignity and equity online, which is the focus of panel 2, which I couldn't be more excited about. So again, I just wanted to thank you so much for this invitation to offer a few quick remarks. And I'd like to, from there, turn it over to panel 2 so we can unpack this notion a bit further. So thanks so much again, everybody. Happy anniversary to the CyberPeace Institute, and hopefully we can get together in person, maybe in 2021 or 2022 to celebrate further soon. Thanks so much again.
Thank you, Scott, and thanks for the warm words. Again, I was mentioning it before, there's a lot to be read about this topic. I open with that, in fact, is that we do not own the concept of cyberpeace because we are called the CyberPeace Institute. It's a multi-stakeholder and long-lasting initiative. What is done in on the Scott auspices when it comes to putting scholars, researchers, practitioners together to think about what is cyberpeace and how we can put this into operations is very important. And I must say that we had to spend some good resources in order to provide the level of knowledge that was required in this publication. So thank you, Scott, for opening on this. And you already opened on the second panel. I would like to welcome the moderator of panel number 2, my colleague Adrien Auger.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, Adrien. Bonjour.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Adrien is Chief Operations Officer for the CyberPeace Institute, and I will move out and give you the floor to introduce the panel. Welcome, Adrien.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, Stéphane. Hi, everyone. Well, thank you all for joining me for the next panel, as Scott mentioned, on dignity and equity online. And before I forget, if you have any question for us, you can scan the QR code that should appear quite soon on the screen, or go to slido.com and enter the event code CyberPeace in one word. As Stefan mentioned, my name is Adrien Augier. I'm the Chief Operations Officer at the CyberPeace Institute, and I'll be moderating the next panel. You may have heard in previous interventions that the way we define cyberpeace, or the way we look at cyberpeace, is that it exists when human security, human dignity, and human equity are ensured in digital ecosystems. And to discuss dignity and equity online, I have the pleasure of introducing our next panelists. Sheetal Kumar, first, is Senior Program Lead at Global Partners Digital, a social purpose company working to enable a digital environment underpinned by human rights. Shmaila Khan is Project Manager at the Digital Rights Foundation, a research-based advocacy NGO focusing on ICT to support human rights. Third, Nicolas Tab. He's the CEO of Cybera Global, a fintech platform to prevent cybercrime and online fraud. And Nicolas is also a former Swiss prosecutor. Last but not least, Kanwal Singh is Senior Program Officer at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, where he leads the emerging technologies portfolio of the financial services for the poor. Welcome to you four and to all of our online viewers. Can the panelists hear me? Hello? Sheetal, Shmaila, oh, I can see Nicola. Hello? Nicola, can you hear me? Hello? I can see Nicola. I don't know if he can hear me. What about Kanwal, Sheetal, and Shmaila? Typical glitch. Oh, I can see Kanwal. Hello, Kanwal. Can you hear me? Oh, it seems they cannot hear me. Hello? Kanwal? Hello?
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Hello?
Nicola, hello. Can you hear me? Hello? Well, it seems we may have an issue with the audio. I don't know if you were hearing me before. We are checking this as we speak. Those are the joys of organizing an online event. Nicola, hello. I can see you.
Hello.
Oh, hi. Shmaila? Hello, can you hear me? So it seems that people can hear me in the live, but
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Sheetal, yeah.
Great.
I can hear you.
I'm not sure if we are live or if the conference, if we are in the panel already, so I'm not sure.
Yeah. I just got a message saying we're live, but I don't know.
Well, can you hear me now? Maybe my mic is off or something, or?
I don't think it's a self-moderated session, right? There should be some moderation.
No, I'm moderating.
Let's see.
Nope.
I presume that the other session has gone over and we're just waiting. This is my presumption. I may be incorrect.
Hi. Or maybe Sheetal. Sheetal can do her first, can go through her first question.
Hi, sure.
Hey.
If we are live, I'm happy to start us off. Let's double check that.
Sheetal, hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, okay. This is fun. I'm so sorry for the technical glitches. We're trying to fix this, but I did want to kick off this panel with you, Sheetal, actually, and ask you a quick question on your work at Global Partners Digital. So how do the concepts of equity and dignity manifest in cyberspace in your work? And what gaps do you see, and what are the bridges that you think we should or could build individually and collectively?
Well, hi everyone. It's great to see you all, and really nice to be here. I think as Adrian's already said, my name is Sheetal Kumar, and I am a senior program lead at Global Partners Digital. We're a human rights organization, so that's where it all really starts. In response to your question, we see the International Human Rights Framework as the basis and reference for the work we do in trying to ensure that the digital environment promotes and protects human rights. And so equity and dignity are at the heart of the International Human Rights Framework. They're key concepts that underpin the International Human Rights Framework, including the UN Charter. And so we see cyberspace as somewhere where no matter where people are, where they are based, where they are in the world, they should be able to benefit equally from digital technologies. And so the reason we engage in cyber policy processes is because we see cybersecurity and human rights as mutually reinforcing. And so I think it's kind of easy to say that, but what does it actually mean, especially when narratives in policy processes sometimes pit them as two different and two things in tension? We don't agree with that. So we believe that a stable, secure, free, open internet is an enabling environment for human rights, and it's a necessary prerequisite in our world nowadays, as we're also dependent on it for the exercise of human rights. And so linked to that, measures which undermine human rights also undermine the security of the network and vice versa. So whether that's a weakening of encryption or the criminalization of certain forms of speech in the name of protecting security, the hoarding of vulnerabilities, and then there are, of course, the types of behavior which are not per se in the pursuit of security, but are about, in particular, state actors pursuing strategic advantage over one another. Those can all be destabilizing and not protect and promote human rights. So just quickly as an example of how we have teased out these links in some of the work that we've been doing at the global level in the UN First Committee, where there are 2 processes underway at the moment looking at responsible state behavior in cyberspace. We've developed a series of papers which delve into, and they're really meant to be accessible. So I really recommend, if you haven't seen them already, to check them out. But they take each of the elements of the responsible state behavior framework that was agreed by member states in 2015 to promote responsible state behavior in cyberspace, and they showcase, or they illustrate the links between the framework, the element of the framework, and human rights. So for example, there's one, I'm just going to take one example because I know we're running out of time, but there's one norm which is about cooperating when dealing with criminal and terrorist incidents on the internet. And that's really important, of course, for states to cooperate. But as the UN Special Rapporteur on promoting and protecting human rights, fundamental freedoms while countering terrorism has pointed out in a recent report, a number of states have made use of kind of broad interpretations of the need to protect national security and address counterterrorism with measures that restrict rights, close civic space, and result in violations of the rights to privacy, due process, and non-discrimination. So we need to ensure that these processes and these measures are subject to oversight, to accountability that protects and promotes human rights. So it's really, there are many, many links here, and our paper illustrates those. So, just to, because I know we're running out of time and I really want to hear from the others, human rights are integral to the vision and the project of the UN. And there needs to be more links between what the discussions that are happening in various parts of it, including in the First Committee.
Thanks a lot, Sheetal. And I do hope that you can now hear me. Yes. Excellent. Hi. Hey. Finally. So thanks a lot, Sheetal, for that great, really introduction to the topic of the panel. And if I can now move to Nicola. Nicola, you're now the CEO of Cybera Global, but in your former life, you were the prosecutor in Switzerland. And you actually worked many cases of cybercrime in which the victims would lose so much more than money. Could you tell us a little bit more, Nicola, about the impacts of such attacks on human dignity and perhaps what we can do to protect it better?
Yeah, David, so thanks very much. I can hear you very well now, and warm welcome to everyone who is listening. And yeah, great pleasure. I really would like to take this opportunity to quickly share a bit of more, maybe a personal experience where cybercrime and human dignity kind of collide. But briefly, yes, today we are building a startup company that supports the financial industry with becoming more effective of preventing and fighting cybercrime. But so the message for me is really, I was working before as a public prosecutor in Switzerland, specializing in financial crime and cybercrime. And so the lesson, about human dignity that I took with that is that in of course, as we know over 90% of all cases, cybercrime is about making a financial profit for cyber criminals. But for me, when I was working closely with the police and doing a lot of interrogations and questionings of the victims that became actually a victim of cybercrime, then that really made me realize that it's about much, much more than just a financial crime. And I really think we don't speak enough about this. Because when you see the impact that these financial crimes have also on a personal, emotional, and often even social level of people, for example, who became a victim of Roman scams, but also companies who lost a lot of money. And when you actually speak to them, then you start realizing that most often behind those attacks, really there is organized crime. And there is a sophistication in the attacks that is maybe not that obvious when you just read about it. And being aware of the time, just briefly, I want to share that often I had a case file on my desk where you read the story, and I'm sure you've heard of it. It sounds like a very simple scam. And many people might think, oh, how silly, that someone fell for it and actually transferred and lost several $100,000. But when you start talking to the victims in 99 out of 100 cases, you realize that it's nothing about silly, but it's really organized, sophisticated behind it. And that it's really much more of an impact than just losing money. And so just finishing up, sorry to stretch the time here, of course, this was actually one of my key motivators to transfer from my prosecutor role to building now a company and a startup. And where we are convinced, because at the origin, there is often financial loss in the financial transaction. So we are convinced that we want to support the financial industry to spot and become more effective in preventing those transactions. And by preventing those transactions, not just stopping the financial loss, but really also contributing to the element, let's call it, of human dignity, by helping those potential victims. So that's it for me for now. Thank you very much. And just from a technical point of view, I see myself double, and this is a bit irritating here. So maybe you can adjust this for the coming speakers. But thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Nicola, and yeah, the team is on it, so we'll try and fix that. Thanks a lot, and thanks for sharing your thoughts on the topic. Really, Shmaila, if I can move over to you, freedom of expression is a fundamental human right, and it's one that is unfortunately heavily debated online. I know that at the Digital Rights Foundation, you have worked on freedom of expression and many other critical human rights for many years. Could you tell us a little bit more about your experience protecting the opinion of others online and perhaps what you hope for in the future?
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me amongst such great panelists. So as you said, sort of one of the most I guess the most obvious or the most salient of human rights online is the freedom of expression, because a lot of what we do online is premised on speech, whether it's sort of something, a simple act of sort of hosting a webinar like this, or writing a tweet. And a lot of times it doesn't need to be as political as we would imagine, because when we think of freedom of expression, we only see it within the purview of like sort of the political importance that it has. But we've seen that a lot of different kinds of speech also needs protection. And the way that we try to approach it is through the most marginalized and vulnerable, the speech rights of the, for example, women, gender minorities, sort of different ethnicities and religions. And the reason that we sort of use them as a starting point is because oftentimes freedom of speech is usually seen as sort of this undifferentiated right that is experienced by everyone in the same way. So just if we could just pass formal laws that are equal, somehow that will guarantee speech for everyone. But when we see online, that doesn't play out in the same way. So for example, in the case of women, a lot of times there are no formal or legal problems with sort of the speech that they have, or like sort of what they're saying. But due to sort of online violence or backlash, a lot of times they're forced to self-censor themselves. So then when it comes to other sort of minorities, we see that the issue is a lot of times sort of weaponization of laws that criminalize speech. That becomes a big barrier. So, for example, defamation laws that are that criminalize speech are often used by different parties to silence anybody who is speaking out against a state authority or someone who is powerful. These are the kind of sort of laws that we've been tracking that have a disproportionate effect on marginalized communities. And the right to freedom of expression itself is also not a right that exists in isolation. So it is deeply connected to the performance of other rights. So for example, the right to assembly, the right to even sort of have your own, the right to sort of not have any impediments to run your own business or anything commercially, then we see that sort of all of these sort of rights, even when it comes to sort of the right to privacy, all of these are connected. And if one element of these rights is missing, a lot of times people, for example, if their privacy, if their speech, for example, is being surveilled, they're less likely to speak up online. So there's an entire ecosystem of online rights that are deeply connected to freedom of expression. And we've seen over the past few years in countries like, for example, Pakistan, but all over the world, there has been a trend towards more regulation of speech than we saw maybe a few years ago. And there's been a lot of sort of borrowing from governments in terms of like the kind of laws that they're passing. And this sort of international cooperation, unfortunately, is leaning towards more authoritarianism, more clamping down on freedom of expression, and it's a really worrying trend. And at the same time, we see a lot of social media companies are also complicit in the way that they facilitate a lot of these governments as well. And sort of we could talk about like how a lot of these, even the community guidelines are less inclusive. They're sometimes end up discriminating, not just explicitly, but in the way that they're applied online as well. So for example, like women's expression of their own bodies are, for example, viewed as automatically vulgar in jurisdictions, or taken off, or sort of content is removed for that very reason. So the way that we look at speech as an organization, what we try to do is try to complicate the concept of freedom of expression and look at it from different perspective identities and marginalization. Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Shmailek. You all can hear me, right? Well, thanks a lot for sharing your thoughts on freedom of expression. Very, very interesting. Connecting with what you were saying at the end around identity, Canwell, through the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, you have been financing projects for better equity online, including around identity. How does digital identity support rights and development goals that are fundamental to CyberPeace? And what are the core tenets of dignity and equity online that you look to promote in the projects and groups that you support?
Good morning. Thank you, Adrian, for having me here. It's a pleasure. My name is Kanwal, and I'm a senior program officer in the financial services for the poor team at the foundation. My work primarily focuses on digital identity, cybersecurity, and emerging technologies in support of financial inclusion goals for our team. I wanted to start by helping size the problem a little bit. So when we talk about digital identity, 1 billion people in the world lack an ID and they are unable to prove who they are. Nearly 1 in 2 women in low-income countries don't have access to an ID. And over the last 5 to 10 years, many countries have really become exemplars and have shown that these digital identity systems help make these invisible people visible, brings them into the formal financial system, allows them access to benefits, education, healthcare, and the resources that they are entitled to. So this digital infrastructure is a core enabler for many sustainable development goals. And cybersecurity really lies at the heart of all this. If we look at the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, governments with efficient digital systems were able to rapidly get assistance to vulnerable populations. So securing this infrastructure is necessary to ensure that people and society at large can fully tap into the efficiencies enabled by these new technologies. But they also come with risks. We often think about cybersecurity or CyberPeace as digital concepts. But I think what we need to remember is that these digital systems have a connection to the physical world as well as human behavioral aspects. So they manifest themselves in many ways. So when a poor person is applying for government benefits, they are asked to prove who they are. They may be asked many other very personal and invasive questions. And when some of these databases get hacked, a lot of the personal information of these people ends up in the wrong hands. And then it manifests itself in many negative ways, some of which Nicola talked about, like cybercrime, fraud. And if we think about it, the vulnerable populations don't even often have the resources to remedy these harms. So if I were the victim of a cyber attack, I would probably lose a certain portion of my assets, but I will have the resources to bounce back. A lot of these populations are teetering on the brink. When they end up losing something, it is usually a lot. And I think we need to strengthen the systems from all perspectives, because a lot of vulnerable people are impacted by what happens in cyberspace. So I think maintaining dignity and equity in cyberspace becomes a very important aspect of digital identity systems, which enables these people to access the resources that they really need and are entitled to. Thanks, Adrian.
Well, thank you very much, Canwell, for sharing these very interesting insights into digital identity. We have very little time left, and I just wanted to ask one more question to the entire panel around our own responsibility in protecting dignity and equity online. What is it that we have to do ourselves individually to protect the dignity and the equity of others online? Is there any tool or website or organization or event or resource that you could share so that those of us who want to help others can do that?
Sheetal, for instance, to
give us some ideas.
Thanks so much, Adrian. I don't think there is any one tool or tools per se will necessarily help in and of themselves. But I would encourage people to look at the range of tools and guidance there is on applying the human rights framework to digital rights, and specifically for different marginalized groups or at-risk groups like journalists. There are a range of tools. I think the Committee to Protect Journalists last year launched one specifically for journalists, just like that. There are many to protect, support women. Colleagues at the Association for Progressive Communications, or APC, have a toolkit there for working against or addressing gender-based violence online. So there are really a wide range of tools that use the human rights framework and apply that in a more concrete way to support marginalized groups. So hopefully that's helpful. Thanks again for having me.
Thanks a lot, Sheetal. I don't know if any of our other panelists have anything to add to that. Kanwal, Nicola, Shmaila?
Yeah, I can. I think Sheetal has sort of talked about the international framework and the resources that they provide. But it's also important to sort of, a lot of times these frameworks or these tools don't get to the marginalized communities because there are certain barriers, for example, sort of lack of access to online spaces or even sort of something as simple as sort of language barriers. So it's also very important to sort of look towards local organizations that are also doing the work, even if it's something as simple as sort of just bringing, even translating those resources. There is no one organization that does that, but I really encourage everybody to, whichever context that they're in, look into those resources and sort of share them with those around you. And also sort of, I guess this goes against a little bit the question itself, but while we have to look at like sort of individual resources and organizations, we also have to sort of think about how we come together and collectivize, because a lot of these issues are institutional challenges and they require sort of collective resistance and sort of solutions if we're going to sort of really look at tackling them, because individual solutions a lot of times put the burden on the individual, which is great, like in the sense that we should be more mindful of our digital security or things like this, but it's still important to simultaneously look towards collective action as well.
Shmila, thank you very much for those insights. And unfortunately, we have to bring this conversation to a close and move on with our agenda. I would like to thank our panelists today for sharing their fascinating insights into dignity and equity online. And we really look forward to continuing this conversation after the panel and after the event. But before I leave the floor to others, I would like to introduce a video that was made by one of our contacts that we have actually helped earlier this year, which was one of the questions that some of you asked us on Slido, and thank you for that question. And the story that she will share with you is one of leadership and courage in the face of adversity. I really admire what the founder and CEO of Roots of Peace, Heidi Kuhn, has been up to in the last few months after a severe cyber attack that she faced. And so I would like to introduce, as I mentioned, Heidi Kuhn, CEO and founder of Roots of Peace. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Heidi Kuhn. I'm founder and CEO of Roots of Peace, and I would like to extend my most sincere appreciation to the CyberPeace Institute for their tremendous support this past year as we endured an unexpected cyber attack. Roots of Peace, a humanitarian nonprofit, focuses on turning mines to vines, replacing the scourge of landmines with bountiful vineyards and orchards worldwide. We experienced a metaphorical landmine when we learned of over $1 million taken from our hard-earned nonprofit dollars. Our work impacts the most marginalized people in the world. In Afghanistan, we have planted over 5 million fruit trees in all 34 provinces. And with support from our major donors, we have helped increase agricultural exports from $250 million to over $1.4 billion. These programs are at risk when cyber attacks hit nonprofits such as ours. And our story of transparency and sharing this with the global community, we hope, will help alleviate the suffering of others from experiencing the tragedy of a cyber attack. If you're interested in supporting us, please reach out to me, Heidi Kuhn, at www.rootsofpeace.org.
Well, some of you were asking in Slido what we've been up to in the last few months and how is it that we have actually brought assistance to vulnerable communities online. And I would like to take the opportunity to answer that question and tell you a little bit more about an initiative that we have launched over 6 months ago called Cyber for Healthcare. And to do that, I'm going to tell you the story of Ganesh. Ganesh is a volunteer working for an NGO in Jaipur, Rajasthan in India. And as a volunteer, when he has the time outside of his job, he provides relief to families that are not having such a good time. And because of the pandemic, those families that he was helping in the last few months have benefited from his volunteering, right? He's brought them food, masks, medicines. But unfortunately, because of the lockdown that happened in India, he was forced to work from home. And as a result, he was asked to install digital tools that he didn't really know. He was asked to comply with remote working policies that he did not really comprehend. And one thing led to another. He clicked on the wrong link, and that led to a massive data leak of the personal information of many of the families that he was helping. So I've changed a couple of the details of that story to protect the identities of those working with us in cyber healthcare, but think of the consequences of such an event, right? Think of the families whose personal information is being leaked out, right? Think of the trust impact that this has on NGOs on the ground. Think of the difficulties that this raises in terms of the access to fund of such NGOs. And think of the vulnerable communities that are losing a critical partner and worse, may actually even lose hope. So when we thought about what was happening with the pandemic, and we thought that the CyberPeace Institute could do something, we decided to launch Cyber Healthcare as a matchmaking service between healthcare organizations like the NGO that Ganesh works for and any other organization, public, private, civil society, academia, that is helping in the fight against COVID-19 and which cybersecurity posture may not be ideal. And provided they don't have the resources to improve that cybersecurity posture, then what we do at the CyberPeace Institute through Cyber for Healthcare is we match them with top cybersecurity companies that we know, that we trust, that we have worked with, that have agreed to provide help for free. And so we are proud to partner up with 8 companies based in the US, like Microsoft, Unisys, the Global Cyber Alliance, and US Medical IT, but also with Israeli companies, CyberReady or CyberPeace Technologies based in Estonia, or Byzone based in Russia. And what we do is we basically match them with organizations that contact us in research of cybersecurity help so that they can concentrate on the one and only fight that matters right now, which is the fight against the pandemic. And so since June, we've launched a number of campaigns and reached out to over 1,000 organizations and have actually received requests for assistance on our website, cyberforhealthcare.org. There's a page also on the CyberPeace Institute where organizations can ask for support. And we've processed all of these requests for assistance, and currently we are actually providing active support to 7 organizations in the field. I'm not able to disclose more details about who they are, right, because we are providing that help right now. And perhaps in the future, some of them will share some feedback and testimonials, so you can also hear from them how the experience with cyber healthcare was. But what I can share is that a lot of these organizations come from either civil society or social entrepreneurship, right? And a big part of their concern obviously comes from remote working policies that they have had to adapt fairly quickly, sometimes in a rush because of the pandemic, and also managing personal information. A lot of these organizations end up managing either the personal information of the families that they interact with, vulnerable communities whose identity they need to protect, or they manage clinical trial data, right? Patient data as well that are critical to preserve. And unfortunately, we would think that these organizations should be safe, right? That nobody is going after them. The reality is very different. As you just heard from Heidi Kuhn in a different context, right? In Afghanistan, helping farmers transform mines to vines. She was attacked too. So actually, attackers are not stopping at the doors of NGOs and social entrepreneurs that are trying to make a difference, a good difference in that world. Actually, if you've read the news, you will have seen that hospitals, even in developed countries all around the world, have been attacked by cyber criminals, and hospitals have been taken hostage, and the situation is really dire. So we think that this shouldn't be, and although we're fighting many fronts and we're really trying to change that, we launched a call for governments in May earlier this year, asking them to protect better their healthcare services. We're also trying to bring help ourselves. So in practice, how does cyber for healthcare works? Basically, organizations in need of cybersecurity help that are in the fight against COVID-19 can just go on our website, cyberforhealthcare.org, and fill out a super simple form. Just say who they are, who they work for, phone number or email, so we can reach back to them. We organize a quick call, and we make sure the request is legitimate, of course, and then we consider what is their needs, and we match them with one of our partners, who then provide a very tailored service, whether it's an audit of their cybersecurity posture, whether it's a penetration test, whether it's an anti-phishing simulation, whether it's an exercise, whether it's a conversation about privacy, whether it's little tips about how to implement multi-factor authentication, or how to manage a password safe, right? All of these things our partners are able and willing to do. And so far, the feedback that we have gotten from the organizations that we have helped is overwhelmingly positive. It's really tailored free cyber help that they welcome in those day and time where solidarity is so important and where they feel a threat at the end of the day. So for us, cyber healthcare is really a very positive initiative in cyberspace, and we are happy to be involved in this, but we're also very thankful to our partners who have committed to this, and we want to see more. We want to see more organizations that are going to commit to providing that kind of assistance. Of course, free assistance is not necessarily possible for everyone all the time, but we think that the cybersecurity community is one that has demonstrated in the last few months and years that it's a community that is able to give back, right? And at the end of the day, no one is safe in cyberspace. We are working towards improving the security of everyone, but we know that security is a cat and mouse game, right? So as we make progress on the defensive side, attackers make progress on their side, and so we're always going to try and try balance this kind of or find some kind of equilibrium. And so to adjust, let's say, for those little changes, we need a little bit of give back. We need a bit of help from organizations that know about cybersecurity, that can protect those that are most vulnerable. Because at the end of the day, that is the mission of the CyberPeace Institute, right? To protect organizations that are most vulnerable in the short term, like we're doing with Cyber for Healthcare, providing immediate help to organizations in need, but also in the mid and long term, right? Because what we are trying to create is this magic loop where we understand better what is happening on the ground, and Cyber for Healthcare is giving that opportunity to the CyberPeace Institute and to the entire world, because what we do, we will share with all of you. We're working on this. There are reports and events and documents that are going to be released about what is happening in Cyber for Healthcare and all the programs that we do, so that everyone can understand better the realities of cyber attacks, the realities on the ground, the human cost, right? Impacts on security, on dignity, and equity. By understanding all these, we're able to drive more accountability. We're able to push for more responsibility from everyone, whether it's governments, whether it's private companies, whether it's individuals, right? Like your friends, our parents, our children, but also attackers. At the end of the day, like, there needs to be more responsibility and accountability for what everyone does. So Cyber for Healthcare is one of the first projects that we launched in that spirit, and we are really excited to share more about this in the near future. So thank you very much. I will now introduce the next guest speaker, Eli Sugarman, who is the director of the Cyber Initiative at the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, and who is also an executive board member of the CyberPeace Institute. Eli, over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm very proud and excited to be here today, both as a member of the CyberPeace Institute's executive board, but then also as a representative of the Hewlett Foundation, which is one of the anchor funders of the CPI. Let me say a few words of background before I jump into the role of philanthropy. The William and Flora Hewlett Foundation is a private charitable foundation headquartered in California. We were established more than 50 years ago to serve the public interest, and since that time have made several billions of dollars of grants on issues ranging from education to the environment to cybersecurity. We address complex public policy problems with long-term strategic grant making. And the foundation has a longstanding interest in the security of peoples around the world, having previously funded efforts to prevent conflict, to reduce nuclear risks, and the like. In 2014, we launched what we call the Cyber Initiative, which is a 10-year, $130 million grant-making effort to build a more capable and diverse cybersecurity field to help societies around the world solve pressing cyber challenges. And that's where the CPI comes in for us. We are a nonpartisan funder, really trying to build innovative, impactful organizations that can serve the public. And we think the CPI really is one of those. What we hope is that the Cyber Initiative can play an important role addressing pressing challenges. And what we're concerned by is the lack of other funders who share our passion about confronting conflict in cyberspace and promoting cyber peace. And what we're trying to do is to show that this is a really important area for philanthropy and think that there's a real value add for philanthropy to step up. Let me explain that a bit more. I think we all know that decision makers in and out of government are struggling to confront pressing cyber challenges around the world. They're used to industrial age, analog norms and rules that are ill-suited to a digital era. They're uncertain about the nature of key problems, how to properly balance competing values like national security and civil liberties, or grasp the long-term trade-offs embodied in their decisions. So in that respect, the cyber field is very young. It's still developing. And it's not quite developed enough to really help guide society where it needs to go. And it can't really exercise the leadership that it needs to. But in the meantime, global internet traffic has exploded, right? The number of connected devices and sensors, the Internet of Things, is growing at an exponential rate. And we all see the amazing access to information and efficiency and economic growth and opportunities for creativity and expression these technologies bring, and social interaction too. But balanced against that progress, we also know that there can be unintended negative consequences, and that we need to make sure that these digital tools that people rely on are trustworthy and are not used by malicious actors and are not exploited to become a new vector to cause harm. But how do we prevent disruptions to this trustworthiness? How do we constrain adversaries and address serious threats to national security, commerce, societies, and individuals alike? I mean, the recent spate of ransomware attacks in the US and abroad is a perfect example. Those attacks have crippled hospitals, schools, mass transit systems, and really capture the real world impacts that digital harms can cause on people. Despite all this potential digital technology and all the potential harms, funding by philanthropy and by others to address these threats is pretty much non-existent, and that's a concern. There are real impediments to launching innovative and new organizations like the CPI and its partners who have spoken today. And so part of what I'm hoping to do is really call on philanthropies to fill that gap, because philanthropies are neutral players with flexible resources who can take long-term strategic approaches They don't have to operate on a 12-month budgeting cycle like governments or companies do. But the challenge with philanthropies is they really need to be educated. I think among foundations and donors, there isn't a lot of appreciation or understanding about the role that philanthropy can play in cyber peace and addressing cyber threats. And so we need to engage philanthropy to really unlock funds. And so I think one way to do that is to really explain how philanthropy can help. So I think despite the urgent need for philanthropy to support universities, think tanks, civil society organizations, and other institutions, they still don't quite understand it. So let me say a few more words about that. I think one response is, well, why can't the government just solve these problems? And I think governments are critical players and we all rely upon them to keep us safe. But there are a few really good reasons why government funding is not alone here. They are partners, but they're not the full solution. So one reason is that governments predominantly are focused on day-to-day cybersecurity imperatives as opposed to long-term strategies. Senior officials oftentimes want to take a long-term approach, but they can't because of the political realities of putting out the quote-unquote cybersecurity fires they're facing. That is, there are crises that erupt every day, whether it's hacks on elections, hospitals, or the like, and those occupy government time, and so that's what they're focused on. Second, many governments face trust deficits with critical players in their own countries and the international community more generally. That lack of trust means that if government funding dominates efforts, people will question the neutrality and legitimacy of those efforts. I'm not saying that's right, I'm just acknowledging that's reality. And so those factors, make it clear to me that government funding alone is not the answer here. Companies, meanwhile, also are part of the answer, but again, are not the full answer. Many companies are predominantly motivated by their commercial interests, short-term profits, and not maximizing social benefits, the benefit of the public. And so not surprisingly, most private sector funding is focused on new technologies and products and protecting immediate interests. But there are companies and private sector partners who see the big picture and provide flexible core support to support important charitable and public interest missions, those served by the CPI and others that have been on this event today. But that kind of funding is all too rare. I think the CPI and others are lucky that some companies like Microsoft and MasterCard really do step up. But again, they're an exception. So corporate funding is not again, the answer. It's part of the answer. But so then where are the internet and technology entrepreneurs who have profited wildly from creating an insecure internet? And the answer is they're largely absent. In an earlier era, individuals like Andrew Carnegie and John D. Rockefeller dedicated significant funds to help American society adapt to industrialization and really address some of the societal disruptions from which they had profited handsomely. Today, very few leading internet innovators and philanthropists are doing the same. Craig Newmark, Reid Hoffman, Piero Midyar, Ron Gula, there are a handful of exceptions. The upshot here, sort of the takeaway, is that we have a gap in our ability to deal with cyber threats and to promote cyber peace. That gap is going to grow over time, but this work must be done. It's critical work. It's work that affects us all. It's work that governments cannot fully do, private sector cannot fully do, nor can they alone fund it. And this is where foundations really need to step up. A handful of large foundations like the Hewlett Foundation have stepped their toes in the water, but more is needed. Even if all of this is taken together, it's still not enough funding. So what I'd like to close with is just saying that my hope for the CyberPeace Institute in its second year, and my hope for this event and all of the collaborative efforts that all the partners in this event are doing, is to really show the way and to show the kind of impact that can be achieved by thoughtful, strategic, ambitious, but also nimble civil society work, to protect vulnerable communities, to hold malicious cyber actors to account, and to advance international norms. I'm hopeful that if we keep moving along the path that we're on and we really energize these efforts, that years 2, 3, 4, and beyond for the CPI will really help catalyze more philanthropic support and important work, because what is clear from what you're hearing today is that cybersecurity is not just a vertical that we need to look at that way, but it's also a horizontal layer that cuts across our society. Because after all, the economy now runs on the internet, and cybersecurity and promoting cyber peace, if you will, is a relevant issue for all sectors, for healthcare, for education, for the environment. It is not a technical national security issue alone. It has those dimensions, but it touches everybody. So my hope is, again, that by having these conversations, by really looking at the exciting work that's being done, we can energize philanthropies, we can get them to step up and really help fill the funding gap that we're all looking for. Thank you again. I really appreciate this opportunity.
Thank you, Eli. Thank you for these words. Thank you for also setting the scene on part of the challenge, part of the problematic that is not so well known when it comes to what kind of mechanism we need to put in place when we think about making things happen on the ground, in the region. So how do we make sure that the right resources gets to the right communities, and what kind of different funding mechanisms are existing? So thank you, Eli, for this. And it allows me to introduce my colleague, please, Francesca Bosco, who is a Senior Advisor for Capacity Building and Foresight in the CyberPeace Institute. It's a pleasure to leave Francesca leading the next panel. Floor is yours, Francesca.
Thank you so much, Stefan. And thank you all for being here. And actually, thanks to Eli, I would like to say, because he said a very important thing, which is we have an ambitious mission and in Achieving CyberPeace. And I really would like to thank you all and the panelists that will be together with us, because we really want to dig a little bit more in what it means to have, let's say, a multi-stakeholder approach that is also envisaging stakeholders that we have not thought maybe at the very beginning. So how, for example, the donors community can play a fundamental role in supporting achieving cyberpeace. And for doing that, I'm very glad that I have the chance to share it with you and also with our esteemed speakers some of their experience and their expertise in how collaboration and also sort of like more participatory approach, and we would really like to stress this aspect also in terms of like concrete experiences that they have in how philanthropies and how civil society organizations working with philanthropies can really kind of like complete the pictures that we've trying to share with you until now in terms of like which are the different actors making their role in terms of achieving cyberpeace. So for all our viewers also, we would we would really like to receive your questions and your contributions via Slido. And without further ado, I'm very pleased to thank my fellow panelists. Very welcome to Alberto Cerda Silva, International Program Director on Technology and Society from Ford Foundation, and Laura Somoggi, Program Director at the Womanity Foundation. I would like to invite the panelists to briefly introduce themselves and also to share with us some sort of like initial thought on which is the role that philanthropy can play today and also tomorrow in the future in terms of supporting the achievement of cyberpeace, in terms of like really ensuring that the security, dignity, and equity that we've been going through the discussion up to now. Alberto, can you hear me? The floor is yours.
I can hear you. I wonder if you can hear me.
Very well. Yeah.
Wonderful. We were having some technical problems at the beginning. Thank you very much for the invitation, for being part of this conversation. And let me introduce myself and the work that I do at Ford Foundation. I'm not the director. I'm a program officer within Ford Foundation at the Technology and Society program. As probably you know, Ford Foundation is a social justice philanthropy. Also, we primarily focus on ensuring that we reduce inequality around the world, particularly regarding to those communities that are usually marginalized and excluded from public deliberation and debates. It's a very comprehensive philanthropic entity. We have several programs operating in the US, as well as in other 10 different regional offices that we have around the world. The Technology and Society program in particular works on supporting the public policy, the engagement on public digital policies with a human rights and a social justice perspective. This is primarily a work about not that much about the use of the technology itself, but primarily about setting the rules, then the legal rules, as well as the technical standards and even the business practices that can ensure that we have an internet that is open, safe, and affordable. So as an internet that ultimately allows for an alignment with human rights, but also enables to foster equality, to reduce inequality, to advance social justice. Most of our work so far has focused on building and amplifying the work of organizations based in the countries where our foundation operates. In coming years, we are looking into having a much more international framework. So today we have a significant level of engagement with organizations working across Latin America, Africa, as well as Europe. So with that, I think I provide a short introduction of the work. Thank you.
And thank you so much, Alberto. I already have some questions, but I will try to restrain myself 1 second to leave the floor to Laura to jump in here to give some initial remarks, and then maybe we can start the discussion. Thanks.
Hi, hi Francesca, hi Alberto, and hi everyone. Thanks so much for having me. So, as Francesca said, I work for the Humanity Foundation. We are a Swiss private foundation based in Geneva. I'm not in Geneva, I'm based in London, but it's an organization that headquartered is in Geneva. We are an organization that works on advancing women's rights in the Global South. And we have programs on prevention of violence against women and girls, which is the one I lead. But we also have programs on education of girls, women economics empowerment, and use of media to challenge gender stereotypes. So we don't have any program which is or area focusing directly on the cyberspace of technology. But it was interesting when I was invited to join the panel, I decided, okay, I need to take this CyberPeace lens to our portfolio and see what do we do that is related to that. And I found out that we do a lot related to that, even if it was not kind of the starting point of the work. So we have work in Afghanistan, in India, in Brazil, in Lebanon, and the MENA region in general. And I think bringing my women's rights perspective to the conversation and how donors such as Humanity Foundation has been working that space, I think a lot of the work we do is related from, if I look at the spectrum, is from educating girls in Afghanistan on coding to help women shaping the cyberspace, to having programs in India and Brazil where we support women-led social enterprises that are using technology to provide access to information, safe spaces, and access to justice via technology, or programs that are specifically focusing on fighting online gender-based violence. So when I can talk more about any of those programs in more details. But I think for me, one of the things that when thinking about the role of philanthropy, I think, and I will talk more about it later, is not only on the what we do, on the type of programs we support and what areas of work, but also on the how we give the support, how we work with organizations in the Global South. So I think there's a lot on the what and on the how that can help advance equity, fairness, and justice in the cyberspace. So I think I'm going to stop there, and we can talk a little bit more in a minute when you'll be sharing more details about the work we do.
Thank you so much, Laura. And actually, in both your intervention, I think you raised a pretty important point, which is also one of the aim of the CyberPeace Institute, which is the global dimension. When we started working on the global dimension, we also have to recognize that global is made of people, of human beings. And human beings are clearly very much relating to their local context. And thanks to your experience, maybe you can give us a couple of examples, both Laura and Alberto, in terms of like which is the relevance and how we can really grasp the local context. If you can give us like 2 suggestions in terms of how we can really work with vulnerable communities in the local dimension to really have a sort of like narrow down the approach in order to be able then to scale and also to globalize the lessons learned. Laura, maybe we can start with you and we move to Alberto. Thanks.
I think a question is relevant for the work we are doing in this space, but I think for the work that philanthropy is doing in general, which is really understanding the local context. I think there's been happening a lot of reflection and self-critique of the philanthropic sector on how to rethink about it, which is considered a colonizing approach of philanthropy in having global north organizations, not only funding, but also kind of shaping the work being done in the global south. And really devolving power, because I think it's important to reflect that how we need to stop perpetuating a way of working that created a lot of the problems we're trying to solve. So I think this is in a more like a kind of a mindset perspective that is very relevant for this conversation, but I think for the role of philanthropy in general. And the way we do at Humanity is really working with organizations and enabling them to give the input of what is happening there, what are the issues, what are the local stakeholders, what the communities need, and they shape the interventions. It's not about us telling, okay, this is our program, we just need to find an implementer in Mexico. So to give you the example, in Mexico, we worked with, we supported an adaptation of a global program to Mexico, a program from an organization called Association for Progressive Communications from South Africa. And they have a global program called Take Back the Tech, which is about really improving women's access to technology and safe cyberspaces. And they work with a collective of feminists in Mexico, led by a group called Luchadoras. And before they even started thinking what they were going to do in Mexico, they did a series of workshops with techies, activists, women from different parts of the country to understand how they face the problem, what kind of support they felt they needed. So really getting from the community that were going to be impacted by the program, what they really needed. And using that information, they shaped the initiatives. So, and they had from storytelling workshops to help women to find their voice in the digital space, to really giving, like they did an animation series for young women about non-consensual sharing of information online, what young women could do. And then they did a whole online initiative and with offline workshops to discuss that. So also, again, bringing the nexus between the online and offline, which I think sometimes is a very artificial divide, because what happens online affects people offline and vice versa. So I'll stop here. I think the example from Mexico for me is quite strong, because everything that they decided to do in Mexico was based on conversations with the women on the ground. And interestingly, a lot of the things they did in Mexico, in the end, was used by APC to share with other countries. So we had the global to local, the local to global knowledge sharing, which I think is very critical if you want to do things that are relevant for marginalized women and women in different countries as well.
I swear, the participants, we haven't prepared this, but thank you so much for the example, because it's exactly what I was looking for. Because you raised, you were highlighting 2 very important points, which is the local to global, and then actually the kind of like how from the global we can use it back in the local context, thanks to lessons learned from a successful example. But what it makes the example successful to me is the feeding from the local community, but also, as you very well said, the focusing on the real needs of the human being as a whole and the importance of online and offline. So Alberto, now we raise the bar, I tell you, so you have to give a good example as well.
Sure, I will try. It's hard to compete with Luchadoras and APC, I have to say. Anything. I think that the critical issue for us is to be sure that the initiatives answer local priorities. In the digital rights movement, in the disability rights movement in the US, people usually say nothing about us without us. And that is the approach that we want to see. We want to see not only that we work on the concerns that people from Global South countries, but we work with them in shaping those concerns and determining how to move forward in dealing with those concerns. And this is critical, especially for an institution like the Institute, even in as specific issues as CyberPeace and the protection of civilian infrastructure worldwide. Let me give you a good example. In Eastern Africa, 2 or 3 years ago, we were supporting a number of initiatives, including CIVIT at the University of Strasbourg, Article 18 in Kenya, that were dealing with internet shutdowns. Because the critical problem for social justice organizations there was the fact that governments were shutting down the whole internet, not only in a given region or for a given user, but at times for whole users, for whole countries. And that was a problem. Now, if you take that problem and you go to Latin America, you may find nothing to do because internet shutdown is not the problem in Latin America. The local relevant problem in Latin America for most of our partners has been gender online violence and surveillance. So, and that's the case, for instance, the case of Mexico. As you probably recall, in 2018, when Mexican civil society in partnership with the Citizen Lab disclosed the fact that the federal government was surveilling practically the whole social movement, from human rights activists to public health activists, not to talk about journalists and social leaders. So those we supported that engagement precisely because we saw the relevance to preserve the digital space as a space for social action. And I believe that the Institute have the advantage of, as a 1-year-old organization, have the advantage of brilliant expertise of other initiatives that have a global footprint. And here I'm thinking particularly initiatives like Association for Progressive Communication or the IFEX IFEX, which is a coalition of freedom of expression organizations, 160 of them working worldwide, or Privacy International, which has a network of over 25 different organizations working in 20 countries. What is relevant about these 3 organizations is they recognize and acknowledge the identity of their peers worldwide. It doesn't matter if they are working in Mexico, in South Africa, or in Thailand. They work with their local priorities. They are not branding their work as their own. They are providing capacities to those organizations or amplifying their capacities. At times, it is about getting coverage in mainstream Western media. At times, it's about supporting the development of strategic thinking for litigation and their local context. And they are trying to fulfill a niche that local organizations cannot deal with directly. For instance, all these partners, we also work with IPC, IFEX, and Privacy International, have been supporting the engagement of local civil society from TEDIC in Paraguay to CIPESA in Uganda to be effective in advancing human rights recognition through the use of the UPR system at the United Nations, or through the engagement before the rapporteurs on freedom of expression at the OAS, at the African Union, or at the United Nations. So we have a number of opportunities where EU can play a significant role advancing the purpose of cyber peace worldwide, but be sure that you are dealing with the actual needs of the peoples in Global South countries, and you are including them in the whole process from the very design of your strategy.
Thank you so much, Alberto, because I mean, the last point that you mentioned, so I would say inclusive by design and by default, which is definitely something that we are trying to do, and we would definitely, let's say, try to follow. But also for mentioning the collaborative approach in terms of like recognizing the expertise and the experience that is already out there in terms of like our partners, our network, but also all the people that are interested in working with us. So thank you so much for this call. And I know it will feel a little bit like a trap because it was not agreed, but since you are on this call, I was thinking about exploiting your knowledge and experience and asking you, I mean, maybe we can start with Alberto now because you already started a little bit. If you have like 2 suggestions to give us as the CyberPeace Institute, we are just celebrating the first year of existence in a very, I would say, hectic year. Let's put it in a diplomatic way. And but I mean, for the next year, hoping things will get better for all of us. Which are the 2 things that you think we should focus on in terms of like how we can really play our role in terms of achieving cyberpeace?
So we, for Foundation, engaged with the Institute, having in mind that the protection of civilian infrastructure is critical not only for governments, but for countries at large and for civil society at large, particularly for for communities that are usually marginalized and affected by noxious digital policies. Now, in engaging with supporting the Institute, we realized that a significant part of the leadership associated with the Institute come primarily from Western countries. So I think that there are 2 challenges and piece of advice that I will give to the Institute in this regard. I think that the Institute have a big challenge in engaging with government officials, with institutional organizations, with global partners that do work beyond Western societies. I would love to see in the coming years people from India, China, Africa, or Latin America to join actively and to take leadership also in the work of the Institute. That's my first advice, like go beyond Western countries. Other case, you will be living in an echo chamber, and it may defeat the very purpose of trying to achieve global outcomes. And my second piece of advice and challenge for the Institute will be, as you mentioned, when I started to work for Foundation 6 years ago, I started talking about building capacities. 2 or 3 weeks down the road, I realized that it wasn't about building capacity, it wasn't about amplifying capacities. You will be amazed at the number of experts and the level of expertise that you can find in countries like Brazil, Mexico, India, Kenya, Nigeria, and surrounding. Try to connect with those local capacities. Try to identify what are their concerns, and based on their concern, amplify their voices and make of their local concerns something that is relevant also at the international level. For many of those peers, they don't see that many chances for them to shape international policies, but they are eager to take at least the international policies, especially if they are positive, to reshape their local context. And that is an opportunity for you guys.
Thank you so much, Alberto. And as unfortunately, the video is streaming, I was taking notes, like, okay, I have my homework for the next year or so. Laura, if you want to add some other homeworks for us as a CyberPeace Institute in, I mean, the 2 main things do you think we should focus from our position, but also engaging with the communities that you have both mentioned?
Yeah, well, I think the one I need to stress is like having women around the table. I think cyberspace, as many others, has been predominantly led by men. So I think having women as part of the conversation and decision making definitely will be one of my recommendations. And going a little bit one step further on what Alberto said, there is a lot of knowledge already there. So I think it's not reinventing the wheel. It's really maybe even start mapping who are the key people in the different countries and maybe bringing them and create a coalition or collaboration or really looking what's around there already and maybe work as a convener with different players instead of doing something that there might be someone already doing. So with lack of resources and lack of people, find what's already there, as Alberto said, because there's a lot of really good knowledge and practices, and really not reinvent the wheel. And I think also, if doing this mapping exercise, you may even find out where you think the work you do and the position that you have in this world, in this space, where you can make more difference and with whom you should be focusing the work with. So I think it's for me, it'll be mapping and finding the right entry points, but bringing the organizations from the Global South to be part of the conversation, and having women around the table to help shape the conversation as well.
Thank you so much for mentioning it, and also I really like that you stress the aspect of not only in having women in the conversation, but also in the decision making part. And again, let's say inclusive and participatory process and approach since the very beginning. So again, sort of like by default and by design. And also thanks for mentioning one important aspect in terms of like collaborating with the partners, which is amplifying and elevating. So we're really interested in knowing, let's say, the stories, and for all the people that are interested in partnering with us, because definitely, as Alberto was saying, we're not 20 years old, we're just 1 year old, but we would like to serve basically the global common good that we are all after, which is CyberPeace. We have like 5 minutes left, and I just want to ask one very quick question to both of you, because of your experience and your expertise in the field, which is, you mentioned at the very beginning some, let's say, self-critical approach in terms of philanthropy. So since I think there is also an interesting consideration now for the role that philanthropy can have in supporting CyberPeace, and we heard before from Eli, cybersecurity, which is the trend that you see now and that you hope seeing, let's say, in terms of philanthropy linked to CyberPeace, as I said, in like a year from now. 1 minute, Laura, it's your turn.
Francesca, really sorry, but you froze a little bit, so we missed part of what you said. I'm really sorry.
So basically, which is the main trend that you would see in linking, let's say, philanthropy to the achievement of CyberPeace in the next year or so, coming from a pretty heavy, let's say, year?
Yeah, I think one of the many lessons we learned with the pandemic, if I talk about what's been happening with the civil society work, is the need for flexibility and to pivot, because sometimes we plan something and then things change, and the pandemic for me was a very good example of that. And sometimes what we need to provide as donors is core and flexible funding, so they can decide how they want to use. And I'm going to give an example, like with the COVID, we gave extra emergency funds to 6 organizations we support, and all of them working to respond to the increase of domestic violence. And in some of them, it was technology-related responses, like AI, kind of support for women who are suffering from domestic abuse. And what we needed, they needed the funds to be able to kind of develop and increase the access to the program, but also they needed funds to be able to pay for data for their staff work from home. So that's something that sometimes donor thinks, it's not really sexy, but only by being able to be flexible like that, we were enabling them to continue to do the work that at the end of the line will help to promote CyberPeace and a safe space. So I think looking at it from a kind of a more flexible approach, and also looking at the different entry points. So it is, okay, in some countries, it's lack of access. In some countries that they have access to hardware, but data is really expensive. So how we address that? Or in some countries, they have access to the hardware, to data, but then there's a lot of abuse online. So there's so many, if you look at the user experience with digital space, there's so many entry points. So I think we need to be looking at all of that and in a very flexible way.
Alberto, you have one word. So choose it very well.
I see 4 trends for coming years. First, we will see an increase in the number of donors engaged in this space. Why? Because of the COVID-19 and because of the polarization and the impact that technology are having in democratic processes. It has become evident that they need to engage. The challenge is that second, many of them may have a very transactional approach, and or challenge as for donors working in this space, but also a challenge for the institute is how do we help them to have a more systemic approach that is looking not into the everyday project, but in the long-term rules of the system. In terms of subject matters, and this is the third trend that I see, after the pandemic, it has become clear that the full connectivity was that we have achieved in many countries was a lie. And today, connectivity is no longer about video gaming. It's not about Netflix. It's about social inclusion and economic inclusion. And that subject matter is back to the table for the coming years. And the second and the fourth trend that I see also at the programmatic level is the increasing trend of governments to adopt rules regarding to the digital experience with a national security and a public security approach. And that is really dangerous for civil society organizations, especially social justice or civil society organizations, because that approach tends to be very restrictive and punitive. That is also a role where the Institute can play a significant role in terms of framing the conversation in a way that it doesn't go in that direction. It doesn't go in a restrictive, punitive fashion, and instead it goes in a way that can enable human rights and can enable social justice.
Thank you so much, and really, thank you so much to you both, because you provided amazing inputs, and I think it's a good let's say segue to the next speaker, because Marietje, be ready to work on many things. So I'm very happy to give the floor to Marietje Schaake, our president, for highlighting the importance of closing the accountability gap in achieving CyberPeace. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have no audio here. Are you hearing me?
Hear me, Marietje? You're live? Can you hear me? You're live.
Yes, I hear you now. Thank you so much. I couldn't hear anything for the moment. I apologize. It's great to be connected to you all again. I started by sharing a brief word of welcome at the beginning of the event. And I just wanted to echo again how much we appreciate your time spent with us and helping us focus on CyberPeace, because I think this notion of imagining CyberPeace is a very necessary first step towards change, because we need everybody to be a part of getting us from the idea of CyberPeace to the reality of CyberPeace. And I'll share a few words on that before the next panel, which will zoom in on how to ensure that there's more accountability. So for those of you who saw the creative interpretations of CyberPeace that were presented by creatives from all over the world today, it showed how much they associate CyberPeace with people. And I think that while those creative interpretations of CyberPeace are very inviting, we cannot take lightly what is at stake right now and how irresponsible and harmful some entities are when it comes to exploiting cyberspace, the open internet, and the people relying on it. From humanitarian workers to virologists, from human rights organizations to universities, from infrastructure critical for energy or democracy. Imagine that we would hear of stones being thrown through hospital windows. There would be outrage. Or when human rights or humanitarian workers are held hostage, heads of state may get on the phone or make an appeal for their release. When voters are denied access to polling stations by militias, law enforcement might come to assist the impacted citizens so that their democratic rights are not violated. But similar outcry and therefore awareness or political priority is often absent when it comes to violations of CyberPeace. Attackers targeting innocent people, civic and civil institutions, places that belong to all of us and that serve all of humanity. And it's therefore essential to ensure this broader awareness by translating the human and technical impact of cyber attacks for more people to understand, to actually uncover and demystify the often invisibly applied methods and harms. And that is what we try to bring as the CyberPeace Institute. The price paid for committing a crime or attacking another state through cyber means is calculated by perpetrators. Of course, attackers will try to get away with their malign activities, and that should not continue to happen. It was remarkable that the themes that all speakers so far touched upon are united in the notion of needing to be able to trust the secure working of technology as an enabling condition for human security, dignity, and equity, for access to healthcare or to food, or to facilitate rights and freedoms. We heard how technology can enable understanding of conflict through analysis, which was the upside, but how it also leads to new risks and new tools in the hands of conflicting parties on the downside. Without more deliberate effort, harms will continue and risks will exacerbate. Often opaquely but decisively, criminals and states are discovering technology and cyberspace as their theaters of choice for advancing their goals. And those goals can be commercial or geopolitical, but I'm not even sure that it matters for the victims. So it's vital that there are consequences attached to crimes of cyber criminals or attacks by state and non-state actors. There must be accountability if we want to discourage harmful behavior and if we wish to increase trust. Trust not only in the technological tools, which of course matters, but also in the benefits of an international rules-based order and in the idea and promise of justice itself, which relies on accountability. So at CPI, we believe in standing with victims, helping society and its leaders to understand what attacks look like and how such understanding can lead to change, and the underlying urgency to close the accountability gap. So we're moving back now to the studio, and we will be connected to a number of experts on the next panel who will zoom in exactly on how this accountability gap can be changed and what evidence-based understanding of cyber attacks looks like. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Marietje. Thank you for the opening, and thank you, in fact, for paving the way for the next panelists, because at the end of the day, what we want to achieve in the cyberspace is to make sure that for everyone, there's the peaceful capacity to exercise your own rights in digital ecosystem. And a blocking point, a stumbling point that is existing for decades now is the lack of accountability. Is that we can have so many initiatives, as we discussed before, being centric on human security, looking into human equity, human dignity, making sure that we have the financial vehicle in order to finance this initiative. If at the end of the day, there's no accountability for irresponsible behavior in the cyberspace, no solution would ever scale. So I'm very happy to have with me today experts when it comes to accountability from very different point of views, and we're very lucky to have such a diverse panel. So I would like to welcome Anne-Marie Bouzatou, Chief Operations Officer for ICT for Peace, Ronald Deibert, Director for the Citizen Lab, Serge Droz, who is the Chair for the FIRST, and Camille François, Chief Innovation Officer for Graphica, and Ramanjit Singh Chima, who is Senior International Counsel in Access Now. You would see that all of them are huge wealth of knowledge when it comes to accountability, but you will also see that accountability have very different aspects. So very happy to hear this. And welcome everyone. Can you hear me? Doesn't seem so. So let me.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great,
I
great.
can hear you.
We had some glitches until the beginning, so I'm very happy that you can hear me. I would like to give you the floor, simply enough, and to look into maybe starting with Ron. If Ron, I can put you on the spot right away, to really go into the reality of accountability today in the cyberspace with the impressive work that you're doing in the Citizen Lab. Ron, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Stefan, and glad to be here with everyone. And I'm really, I have a lot of optimism about the work of the CyberPeace Institute and what it can accomplish. So I'm glad to be able to have a discussion with all of you here. Stefan's right. I've been spending, most of my professional career thinking about these issues and doing research. For those of you who don't know about the Citizen Lab, we do research on digital security issues that arise out of human rights concerns. And we employ a mixed methods approach. So we draw from different disciplines, engineering science, computer science, and so on, to do the work that we do. The major focus of our work has been around tracking and investigating targeted espionage. I will say that a couple things that distinguish the work that we do. First of all, we're based at a university, which makes us different from private companies that are working in this space, and also, of course, governments. So we see first and foremost the mission of the Citizen Lab to produce very careful, peer-reviewed, evidence-based research in the public interest. That I think makes us a little bit different from what other, say, companies are doing or what governments are doing. With governments, of course, there are strategic sensitivities they have to take into account. With the private sector, of course, they're concerned with marketing, which tends to color the type of outputs they produce. With us, frankly, we speak truth to power. We go wherever our investigations lead. The only bottom line for us is to be careful. With respect to attribution and accountability in this space, I mean, generally speaking, the picture is getting darker here, I would say. There are shrinking spaces for civil society because of a number of factors, one of which is the growth of the orientation among governments towards, generally speaking, offensive operations. Cyber espionage, cyber warfare, subversion, etc. These are all trends that are going up quite steeply. And then you have a very large and mostly unaccountable private sector industry that services those government clients. And so, in a context, generally speaking, where the technological ecosystem is insecure, poorly regulated, you have a problem, a kind of vortex around the type of harms that we're seeing on a daily basis. Just before turning to my colleagues, I will say that when it comes to accountability, we have to deal with both governments, but also the private companies that service them. And they're slightly different in terms of the approaches that you take. Secondly, I would say that success in this area requires a community-based approach. So Citizen Lab works in this space, but we are not alone. We are part of a large community of practice, is the way I think about it, or an epistemic community, if you want to use that language. Researchers, funders, NGOs, investigative journalists, lawyers, policymakers. This type of community-based approach is the only way that can successfully bring about accountability. Of course, it's a very steep uphill battle right now. And in the course of the discussion, I hope we can get into some ways we might make things better.
Thank you very much, Ron, for the opening, and thank you for explaining that accountability needs to be seen way beyond what is happening at state level. What you're explaining is the perfect example is that you have this growth of offensive operations that are all sponsored or conducted by states, but in a lot of cases they are not acting alone. There's that supplier that are providing them the tools, the capacity, the methodology, the sustainable methodology in order to be offensive. So thank you for shedding light on this, and totally concur with your statement that it has to be a community-based approach. It really has to be a coalition that comes together in order to protect our networks. Can Camille, can I turn to you to continue on this line, because you worked a lot with Graphica when it comes to analyzing, documenting, going in the depth of such cyber operations. Would be interesting to hear from you.
Yes, thank you, Stefan. I'll try to take it from here. Thanks again for having us and for convening this panel and for forcing this conversation on accountability in cyberspace. I'll start by saying that I agree wholeheartedly with everything that Ron just said. I was actually reshuffling my own notes because they were going to go in a similar direction. And trying to pick it from here, I think it might be helpful for us to unpack the different facets and components of what we talk about when we talk about accountability. And I think that on many of them, we have seen great progress. And on many others, we are still very much at a standstill. So taking as a point of departure what Ron laid out about the increase in the threat and amount of activity on cyberspace, both by governments who are taking offensive cyber actions and by private sector enablers or private sector traffickers of this type of activity. When we think about accountability, it's closely linked to, of course, attribution and transparency in a few ways, right? It's about knowing what's really happening. And if we take a second on this, I think this is one of the areas in which we've seen a lot of progress. Not so long ago, cyber incidents, may they be hacking or may they be large-scale information operation campaigns, were not really publicly discussed either by governments or by platforms. And while they had awareness and they were working every day to stop them and prevent them, this wasn't something that was sort of part of the scope of what we expected them to share about. That I think is something that changed a lot since the last presidential election in 2016, where we really saw all the major corporations, at least on the Silicon Valley side, start sharing reports on the types of threats and activities that they were not only seeing, but stopping. That, again, isn't perfect. There's still a lot of things that they're seeing that they're not sharing, sometimes for really good reasons, sometimes simply because they don't want to be in that PR storm. But there's really been a lot more information shared, which is helpful for everybody to understand what's happening, to be able to do secondary investigations and to put all of this in context. Now, the second step, of course, besides knowing what's happening, is knowing who's behind it and who's enabling it. I think similarly here, we've seen a lot of good progress, notably with the US government very quickly attributing a few of the election-related attacks right in the election cycle. But there's still a lot that isn't available on the attribution question and on enabling people to understand what are the different actors who are enabling each attack. And finally, the piece that I think we should discuss a bit more here is what happens when we're able to have a multi-stakeholder dialogue about what's happening and who's enabling it in terms of accountabilities. What have we seen that's effective in terms of sanctions, in terms of diplomatic consequences to these actions? And I think here we're starting to see some of that, but there are swath of the industry, including on the private sector side, that totally escape any form of meaningful accountability to date. So those are just sort of starting thoughts on the matter, Stefan.
Thank you, Camille. I was taking notes in what you were saying, because that's interesting that we need at the same time to have a transparency in terms of what is really happening in cyberspace, knowing that having such transparency go against some specific interests of different actors. You mentioned some of them. And at the same time, if we don't have this information position, it's very complicated just to map accountability. Because mapping accountability, it's about knowing who is responsible for what, according to the law, according to the norms, according to the ethics, and then tracking down the reality in between what you're supposed to do and what you're doing. And this tracking down needs data, needs information. And gathering data of information also means to be in capacity to describe what is happening in the field, what is the reality of the attack. And Raman, if I can call you on this one, because I mean, what you do in Access Now, when it comes to this hard work of global outreach and being capacity to provide this support to various communities, gives you a very specific insight into what is really happening in the field. So very happy to hear about this.
Thank you so much for that. And some of my comments will build on what you heard from Camille as well as from Ron. For those who are unfamiliar with Access Now, we are an international human rights organization originally born with the focus of looking at digital rights, but recognizing that human rights impacted by digital issues at every level. But we're originally a digital security organization. So I get to be able to say, when it comes to the space of cybersecurity, we're a service provider, we're also an advisor and advocate on policy issues, and we have strong views, and I sometimes articulate those strong views on behalf of the organization. And we're also a user in turn, because we have to protect our own networks, our ability to work with the community and others. And as Ron mentioned, there's an active, vibrant community here, because now every element of what you see in terms of the global human rights ecosystem, people individually working on issues are dependent on digital technologies. Our digital security helpline provides free assistance to those people. If you are a user, if you're an activist, if you are a transparency worker, if you are in some countries a dissident or a political mobilizer, we try to provide you free rapid response capability on digital security, incident response, proactive counseling, and other work. And we are just one amongst many. As Ron also mentioned, there's a wide community of people, and we are proud to be part of that. We are also a member of the CiviCert civic response community, as well as RARNet. And what we've seen there is a rapid increase in the number and sophistication of attacks targeting those people who are often critical to ensuring democracies as well as governments more generally are held to account. The pandemics definitely made that worse. We have seen a rapid increase in the number of attacks as people are more dependent on technologies to do their everyday work. And what's an unfortunate irony is that the people who perhaps are most important because they protect other people in turn. They reveal atrocity, they reveal human rights abuse, they ensure that journalism and other elements of societal functioning hold truth to account. They are being targeted because their attack surface has increased and the amount of technology available to a system is limited. And what I can mention there is the month after the lockdown started happening globally, for our digital security helpline, that is the highest number of new cases they've seen. And since then, we've in fact seen every quarter a new record being established. And often these are simple things like account compromises, but also targeted harassment of activists and others, to much more sophisticated technologies and surveillance technologies being used, some of which Ron's organization and the collaborators globally have shown more light on. The thing that we note is that it's critical to engage with this to recognize the trends that civil society is noting, but also talk about what states are doing. States are critical to ensuring accountability. States are also the actors sometimes who need to be held accountable and are often crossing those lines. And it's not as clear-cut as people make it out to be. In our public policy function, what we sometimes have to do is hold people to account. We have to speak truth to power. And one of the issues we've seen when it comes to cybersecurity and accountability in the human rights space is that states may try to hold other states to account for cross-border cyber operations, but may themselves domestically be passing bad laws or conducting prosecution or other harassment activity, targeting activists, targeting security researchers and others. And what we therefore have been trying to encourage there is to have an approach to cybersecurity policy at the global level. And this is what we believe is critical for accountability. Recognize that cybersecurity policy must be user-centric. We've heard a lot about human-centric cybersecurity, and that's a great step. We need to ensure that it's focusing on the user and human rights respecting. Secondly, you need systemic solutions. You don't need quick interventions or sometimes more geopolitically tense interventions in this space. And lastly, you need cybersecurity policy that's truly built and grounded in open processes that allow for plural points of view, because you can't let it be controlled by dominant interests, and that's very important there. And the last thing that I leave you with when it comes to accountability is a recognition that we need to see what's happening. We need to see the positives, and there are many of them, and I hope to talk about some of them later. But we need to recognize the very real gaps that do exist, particularly from those who try to sometimes hold states accountable, but who are unable to ensure effective domestic cybersecurity policy in their own country.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Arman, for this. Taking some notes again, the fact that you go into the various shades of accountability and that you have this unique vantage point that gives you the possibility to assess what policy are in place, what initiative could be triggered under the umbrella of accountability. But it doesn't mean that by default calling it accountability is going to have positive effects. A very, very, very interesting point. And the fact that they should not cost at the end of the day to CyberPeace. Also something that you said in the very beginning, and I would like to take this as an opening for Serge, is the need to protect the ones that are, as you in Access Now, as Ron in Citizen Lab, as Camille in Graphica, are the one investigating and being part of this very vibrant community to investigate and to protect. It makes you targets, for sure. So there's also this need to be sure that the capacity is there to be protected. Serge, when it comes to this building blocks of accountability and the roadblock also, what could you share with us from the point of view of your years of experience in FIRST?
Thank you very much. A lot has been said, and it's hard to add to all of this. So my name is Serge Dross, and I'm the head of the chair of the Forum of Incident Response and Security Teams. So this is an association that brings together first responders, think of firefighters, from all around the world and from all different levels. So our members are government institutions, they're the security teams of big corporations, and increasingly, a little too slowly for my taste, also members of civil society. What we have in common is that when an incident happens, when a cyber operation is discovered, we are the first on the place. We start to investigate. And that makes us an interesting thing, an interesting group for all kinds of players. It's obviously the people that pay our salaries, they're interested in our results because for those we work, but also so are others because we may have information that they don't have or do not have at that time. One really important ingredient here, though, is that it needs to be clear what the role of these people are. What is the roles of incident responders? What is the role of people that do attribution in this context? The role is really, and again, I urge you to think of firefighters. The firefighters are not the same people as the ones that go and arrest the arsonists. We are the ones that put out the fires. We actually depend on others helping us. In fact, we depend on being able to work out, to reach out across borders, to reach out to our competitors. And we can only do this because they know we're not going to cheat them, then we're not going to misuse that trust that they put in us. And that makes incident responders particularly bad for attribution, because attribution often has to do with, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
We can hear you, Serge, no problem.
Thank you. So attribution has a lot to do with finger pointing. And so I think one of the things that we need to figure out is really what is the goal of attribution? Is the goal of attribution to actually do what the United States did recently, indict people? Or is the goal of attribution to find out who the victims are so we can actually help them? Those are two very, very different things, and they need to be taken into account because they actually often quite mutually exclusive. So what that really means, what I've tried to explain in so many words, is really that we need to be clear about the roles and the responsibilities of all the different actors. And we haven't been particularly good at that. And that has led to a great deal of distrust. Some really capable teams and organizations work in some of the large tech companies. And all the people I talk to, they're good people, they want to do the right thing, yet they just suffer from this distrust, that maybe well-deserved distrust that these companies have. What we found in FIRST is that, partly based on work actually coming out of Citizen Lab, that we have a complete lack of connections to civil society. And for us, it's very important to understand what the threats are, how the situation is in cyberspace, so to speak. But if we only see what some big tech companies see and for-profit security companies see, we lack half the picture. We lack what civil society sees. So that's a big challenge for us, and we try to amend this by actually trying to bring these groups together. But that's really hard. And one of the reasons why I find this is really hard is that the people in the tech industry, they're primarily engineers. And sometimes they're engineers like me who have an interest in some of the other softer skills and topics. But most of the tech people, most of the engineers, they don't really know a lot about human rights. They don't know a lot about all these other things that are going on they should take into account. It's always this mantra of technology is neutral, but we all know that technology is not neutral. And I think that is something where I would challenge universities that train engineers, that they actually help to teach them to recognize things like ethical things, like when there's an ethical question popping up, to recognize it, not necessarily to answer it. It's not an engineer's job to answer ethical questions, but maybe it's an engineer's job to recognize one and seek out help. And I think that would really help us actually go much further in trying to find out what is really going on, which is really what attribution is. And so the original question is what do we see and how is this for us? Well, what we mostly see is just stuff coming into our sensors. We see artifacts left behind on our servers. And honestly, most of the security people don't think a lot about where this is coming from. And this is actually a wasted opportunity. So this information could actually go to others, such as Citizen Lab or other groups that start building up capacity to actually understand the backgrounds and the implications of what we see. We are just the firefighters. We want to extinguish the fire, but there needs to be others that actually try to figure out why did the fire start in the first place. With that, I want to stop here.
Thank you very much, Serge, for outlining again the complexity of the topic and also the fact that roles and responsibility are important in cyberspace, that the one just quoting you there, the one fighting the fire are not the same one that are supposed to investigate and arrest the arsonist, for sure not. Also, you outlined something that goes into line what Ron and Camille were saying, is that it's a community-based approach, and Raman mentioned this also, is these different roles and responsibility needs to go together in order to have a chance to get a solution at scale to address the accountability gap. And you outlined something that we heard from the first panel when it comes to the need of information exchange. How can we know what's happening if we cannot exchange information? Panelists earlier were telling us that it was very difficult to learn from different fields. We were discussing from food security and healthcare. What works in one is not necessarily understood or leveraged in the other. So also interesting to hear about this. But all this accountability is not happening in a vacuum. So, we are talking about what community can do. How can we have activities and action in order to help the most vulnerable? But there's the law of the road. There's norms. There's regulation, international law. So, Anne-Marie, can I ask you to go into that part of the question and to see how this works in the whole accountability framework?
Thank you so much, Stefan. And it's really a pleasure to be here on your first birthday and anniversary. So happy birthday, CyberPeace Initiative. Really happy to speak about this issue of norms, which is quite important to my organization, ICT for Peace Foundation. And just to give you a little bit of an idea about ICT for Peace, it is a foundation that has been in existence for more than 15 years and really looked at the nexus between what's happening at the multilateral space and then what's happening with the technology space. And really, ICT for Peace is looking to foster both discussion on an international level as well as common action with the different multi-stakeholder members to foster a safe and secure cyber peace and space that respects also human security and human rights. And this is really, I think, at the heart of what of these discussions around norms are centering it down fundamentally. Prior to this, I worked at another organization, DCAP, for several years in the Public-Private Partnerships Division. And what I was working on in that space was developing multi-stakeholder oversight and accountability mechanisms for other sectors in that other commercial sectors, but are not that different. Specifically, the physical private security sector was an area in which we had a process in which we first developed common understanding of norms, of the kinds of norms that would guide how these private cybersecurity companies would behave. And then we developed an oversight mechanism, an accountability mechanism that was, it's in operation now in Geneva, made up of governments, companies, and civil society to oversee these companies and hold them to account. And there are a couple of, I think, key issues that I just want to highlight, which have been mentioned by other participants, but they really need to be kept in mind. Trust building is key. Trust building is absolutely key if you're going to try to come up with any type of effective oversight and accountability mechanism. And it also starts with a clear understanding of what you are all trusting the other to do. What is particularly important in this cyberspace, and as has been mentioned by others on this panel, is that private sector actors have, in many instances, much more, say, effective control and influence over parts of cyberspace than many governments. So it really has upended a little bit the international order. And when we're then, which means that we need to find a common understanding of what we are all aiming towards. And that's where these norms come into play. And what are we talking about norms? We're talking about understanding of how we should behave in cyberspace to try to make it as safe and secure as possible. And then if there are instances where those norms are broken, then we can talk about accountability. But we should already have a common understanding of what we are shooting towards. So there are a number of different initiatives that are going on. I think they're quite interesting. If I just mention a few of them, at the UN, we have the UN Group of Governmental Experts, which was first organized, I think, it's a little more than 10 years ago. It's had 6 meetings. And this has been a smaller group of states that have been working on the issue of what is responsible behavior in cyberspace. The first group that was organized in around 2011 had, I think, only 15 members. Gradually, over the meetings, they've increased this to 25, what they call expert member states. But these are, again, a smaller group of states looking at issues around what does it mean to behave responsibly in cyberspace. And these go to things like states should not attack the physical integrity and core of the internet. States should not attack other states' critical infrastructure installations. And then also at the UN level, we have another group called the Open-Ended Working Group, which is an open group, meaning that all states can apply. And they are working on many of the same questions. What does it mean to behave, and what should states do, and what should they require of their citizens and those that are under their control to behave in cyberspace? And then there are a number of other initiatives that are more public-private. Just also to note that the Open-Ended Working Group has involved those from the multi-stakeholder community. And actually, they're about to begin another set of consultations, I think at the end of this week, inviting members from the multi-stakeholder community. But on top of that, there are a number of initiatives which are either launched by the UN, but in which there is very diverse multi-stakeholder participation. There are ones that have been launched jointly by states and companies, and then there are ones that have been launched by companies themselves. One's launched by civil society. And I think all of these initiatives, again, go to that core question is, how should we behave within cyberspace? What is the behavior that we can, that we need to do to keep cyberspace free, open, and secure, and as safe as possible from threats? So there's the UN Secretary General High-Level Panel on Responsible Behavior in Cyberspace. There's the OHCHR, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, has launched a project they call the BTEC project, which is aiming to take the UN guiding principles and applied that framework of responsibility of businesses and governments to cyberspace. And then there are a number of initiatives that have been launched by different states to look at this. At ICT for Peace, we've been very firm in our support of a call to governments to refrain from cyber attacking the critical infrastructure of any critical infrastructure. And so, all of these initiatives together are working to try to come up with a common understanding of how we should behave in cyberspace, whether we're states or companies or civil society, just users, and just by first setting that type of norm, then we can talk about how we hold the different stakeholders accountable to those norms. So I will stop there, but hope that presents the issue.
Thank you very much, Marie. Building, in fact, into your last sentence and replying to some question that we see arriving on the chat. Question for the panel. Anyone can please jump in, but it's $1 million question. I guess it's how easy it is to track the norm violation. I mean, we know about the theory, we know the norm, we know international law, we know about the treaties. Thanks to initiative that you are running, we tend to understand what is happening in the region, locally, but how do we make the link in between the two, and how do we track this norm violation, and how do we make sure that it's ending up with bad actor held accountable?
So how to track a norm violation, I think that's a very complex question, but I could bring maybe one that is relatively clear. There is, I would say, an emerging norm to not attack critical infrastructure installations. So what this means is electricity grids or water supply or hospitals, and perhaps especially in the time of the pandemic, this norm to not attack health installations has been more and more recognized. And even, I would say, some of these advanced persistent threat groups who have been launching ransomware and things that are, of course, not good. There's a kind of truce among these actors that hospitals and healthcare institutions should not be attacked. Now, that doesn't mean that they perfectly can do this. There was in Germany earlier in September the case of a woman who died because the hospital where she was going to was under a ransomware attack, and she had to be diverted to another hospital and died on the way. However, it was apparently a mistake. That hospital was not supposed to be the target of that attack, and when they notified the attackers that the hospital was under attack, they rescinded that immediately. So, I mean, we could start to say that an emerging norm is to not attack a critical infrastructure or healthcare installations. Now, so if there's an attack, that would seem relatively clear, but then we would have to be able to attribute that attack reliably, and that is a much more complicated issue. There are now more, and I'm sure people on this panel can speak to this more with more expertise than I can, but we are able to, using methodologies of tracking the patterns of different attackers, signatures that they may leave, things that give us some certainty of at least more or less where the group is operating from, more or less which group it is, perhaps which state that it's aligned to. But again, this is a little bit less clear. And then even more difficult.
If I can just cut you here, because you're launching a call for the other panelists in this, because as you were saying, is that how can we track technically this what is happening? So maybe Ron or Camille, you would like to take a go at this one?
Sure, yeah, I can take a crack at it. So, we've been doing this for well over a decade. In fact, Citizen Lab published the first public evidence-based report on cyber espionage at all, called the Tracking GhostNet Report. And, over many years, we've refined some of the methodologies that are used to do this type of research. It's complicated stuff. It requires a lot of nuance to be able not to jump to specific conclusions. Access to data is extremely important for the type of research that needs to be done in this space. A lot of the data is locked up in platforms, and that can be tricky because in order to access that data, you have to negotiate with the platforms and develop terms and conditions. They may have their own particular sensitivities around sharing that data, and we've had a lot of experience with that. Just stepping back for a minute, though, I would say that in order for there to be progress around accountability in this space, when it comes to attribution around violations of norms or any type of cyber-related incident, it's essential that there be some independent source of the information and knowledge. And that's why it's so important to have, I believe, at least some of it coming from universities, but broadly speaking from civil society. In other words, groups that don't have a stake in the issue or a bias coming from either their industry motives or from, particular government sensitivities. Remarkably, I think that the work that we do at Citizen Lab is transparent and reproducible. I've been saying this for years and been advocating that there be other organizations, especially in universities. The reason I harp on about universities is because I'm a professor, obviously, but I believe that universities have an obligation to protect the internet as a secure and open space. Given that, the constitution of the university itself is as a safeguard for knowledge and for shared information. And of course, universities have a lot of resources at their disposal, a lot of capacity. There is, I think, a risk aversion that prevents it. I am, however, really glad to see that, in the period of time that I've been working in this area, there are now other groups sprouting up that do this type of research. We have a representative from Access here on the panel that, we work with Access in a variety of ways and refer people regularly to their helpline. Amnesty International now has a tech lab. They're doing very similar work as Citizen Lab. And, other groups I could list as well. And in the private sector, very encouraging to see the private sector beginning to understand that there is a role for them to play. I'm talking about the threat intelligence industry. So some of these companies, and certainly a lot of the individuals who work for them on a personal level, understand the importance of taking care of or identifying the type of threats that face not just big businesses or governments, but to average people and to society as a whole. And they're trying to develop ways to contribute to that space. And that's been certainly helpful for us at Citizen Lab. So, it takes time to build up the capacity, but the main point I want to make is the independence of the source of information is critical, right? There cannot be a hint of bias that you're doing this for some ulterior reason in order for it to be seen as credible and to advance accountability.
Thank you for this, Ron. And building on that, because you pointing to Camille, building on this, the independence, the transparency, and the fact that research should be reproducible. I know that you've done a lot of work in this field, Camille, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, and I was reflecting on what Ron was saying. I think there's no understating the importance of the work of the Citizen Lab here, not only by its substance, but on the impact that it had on the field. On cyber incidents, we really went quickly from a place where the public reporting on these types of threats were very much based in trust us, wink, wink. And with more reports like those of the Citizen Lab, it really helped create and solidify a standard where people started the practice of sharing public, long, forensic, detailed assessments of what they were seeing. Now, that left people with an industry really where they were a very small handful of truly independent and academic reports and a lot of threat reports that came from the private sector, right? From the cybersecurity industry, from the threat intelligence companies, which is good. It's better than, you know, it's better than not having this wealth of research and material. But of course, it's also very much shaped, as Ron said, by their incentives, by the fact that some of these threat reports are also used for marketing. And more importantly, it's shaped by the incentives of the entire industry. There's now fantastic scholarly research that looks at this wealth of threat analysis coming from the private sector and says it's very filled with blind spots. It over-indexes on a handful of targets. It over-indexes on a handful of attackers. And truly, if you only read this types of material, at the end of the day, you end up concluding that only Americans are suffering cyber attacks and that Russia is behind 99% of them. So it's really interesting to start to think about, okay, we've gotten the industry in this place. How do you open up? And here, I think I'm blessed by being in part of our field, which is a little bit like the little sister of cybersecurity, information operations, where we've seen things go very differently with a lot of civil society groups and investigative journalists following the Citizen Lab best practice of putting out forensics reports that are transparent and that are reproducible and saying, okay, we're going to follow best practices and say, this is what we're seeing, this is our assessment. You may disagree with us, but at least you have all the forensics transparently shared. This has enabled enormous progress in this subfield. If you look at information operation, it enabled many others to acquire these methods and this rigor to start finding other parts of the threats that were very understudied. We have a lot more civil society groups doing that, a lot more investigative journalists doing that. But we, of course, also see the same limitations. Some of the more technical aspects of the field really warrant more training and development. And of course, data access, even in investigations that are very OSINT focused, data access issues remain extraordinarily problematic. So I hope that there's a bit of hope in that area of the field and demonstrating that enabling civil society and investigative journalists and sort of a broader participation in exposing and detailing these attacks really make a difference on the accountability side.
Thank you. Thank you, Camille, for sharing this. The fact that at the end of the day, these good practices, these very important initiatives are building on each other. It's a bit like, in fact, the interconnection of different technical capacity that you have on the internet, especially in the open source world, that you take the best of what is transparent, what can be reproduced, what can be audited, and you use it for something of good or for the community. So interesting concept there. Rahman, do you want to continue in this when it comes to your capacity? Because you were mentioning that you're part of this group, like a CVCert and other group, in order to look into what is happening to civil society, also to individuals. How do you integrate this need for this transparency, reproducibility in your methodology of support or reporting?
And so, in fact, I encourage many people to see the website for CVCert and for the network. It also embeds in RARNet, because this focuses, as Ron has mentioned, on it's the open source driven digital security approach of making your broad approaches available, your protocols there, reproducible across different initiatives is partly there. And it's a resource where more feedback, ways to make it better are always welcome. And that's something I'd emphasize. I'd also note here that as society tries to collect and make these resources available, it's always a struggle, obviously. So society is always far less resourced than industry and government. That's without leaving aside the more problematic actors that might be there. So that's a consistent approach of building on what already exists, pointing to those resources so they keep being updated, that we always focus and welcome. But I also just note that one thing that we note from our advocacy and policy end is that many of the critical people who are part of the system, the people who are sometimes being targeted or who are revealing information that's there, that the sort of legal and policy ecosystem they face globally is a concerning one. Security researchers in many parts of the world are often being regularly targeted sometimes actively so by governments, sometimes by virtue of inaction on fixing legal loopholes. And that's something, as the policy person or lawyer in these conversations, I sometimes bring that, look, the people who are trying to protect other human beings, who are trying to ensure that these cybersecurity links are there, we do need to be able to go and protect them as well. Perhaps, especially so if they're in civil society where they're already operating with less resources and with a disadvantage. And that's an opportunity for governments as well as for companies and others, sometimes in coalitions and alliances. FIRST, for example, has done great work by emphasizing how security researchers need to be protected. International law researchers have noted the fact that, for example, incident response teams more generally should not be targeted, and that's an element that has crept into discussions around global cyber norms. But the last thing is we do need to take more action domestically in many parts of the world, whether it's in the United States, whether it's in Latin America, whether it's in South Asia. Far too often the domestic legal frameworks which security researchers have to operate within need fixing at the very least, if not sometimes being called out for the human rights disrespecting approaches that they sometimes unfortunately are.
Thank you very much to emphasize this point, which is very important when it comes to not thinking just having the methodology and the coalition is enough. It's also to make sure that the ones that are in a lot of part of the work risking their security and sometimes their life into investigating these activities needs to be protected. Serge, to finish with you, if it's okay, how do you see this challenge that were just discussed by the colleagues when it comes to the accountability framework? Especially, as president of FIRST, how do you see that managing this network of the one that needs to be this firefight, but also could be targeted in that context? How still can you have space for independence, transparency, reproducibility?
Sorry. Thank you very much. So this is indeed a very important and actually challenging question. Raman mentioned this norm that says that challenges states not to attack incident response teams. And I think this is exactly at the core of the problem. It's states right now and all the people that conduct these operations really need to kind of grow up. I mean, nowadays we actually know a lot about misbehavior in cyberspace. So we have attribution that is crystal clear, yet states don't seem to give a damn about it. Excuse my language. They just don't bother. And I think the reason they don't bother is because it doesn't usually have any consequences. In a previous talk, Kerstin Winograd mentioned that some of the norms that was developed, for example, in the nuclear weapons area, just by existing, created a better environment. That doesn't seem to be the case though in cyber. And I think one of the reasons is that in cyber, states still have the feeling they can get away with things that they couldn't get away in other places. And I think this needs to change along with us becoming better at attribution. So that means states need to really start adhering to the norms, even if it means a disadvantage for themselves. And yeah, I think that's what I want to say. It's like we need to have a comprehensive global cyber governance, and we need to develop better tools to actually punish people or punish organizations that violate these norms. Like one of the strong tools that we are using currently are, for example, sanctions. And while I'm not going to criticize sanctions per se, I do see that they are starting to create a lot of damages. We are not able right now to talk to a lot of victims, to a lot of people because of misguided sanctions. So here we have an example of where we have traditional tools that just need to be readapted to cyberspace. So I think the challenge is, besides coming up with better attribution methods and making this more trustworthy, is to actually also come up with sensible actions that follows this. It's 5 years ago, everybody was complaining we don't really have proper attribution. I think Citizen Lab and others have proved that this is actually not as hard as impossible. So we can do it. It still is a lot of work, no doubts. But now we have to do something with this, and that's the next step. And I think that is what we have to focus on.
Thank you, Serge. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Camille. Thank you, Raman, really, for sharing the insight with us. I would like to engage the viewers to investigate the different activities that were just mentioned, because what the colleagues are doing is quite amazing when it comes to this obsession to go to the difficult side of the problem and trying to cope with it with a methodology that is structured, that is transparent, seeking for independence, seeking, as Ron was saying, to protect what is the core of the internet, which in fact is the knowledge. And so if you cannot find the link to their different initiative, we will post it in the different chat for sure, because they deserve to be known and talked about. Again, everyone, thank you. To continue, I would like to come back to something that we opened several hours ago now, which is this ongoing creation of art by Chrysalis. And I had the chance to look at it. It's very interesting to see how these different concepts of cyberpeace, that is to safeguard human security, dignity and equity in the cyberspace, and why we take this angle, because it's about people, it's about protecting human beings. It was mentioned in the last panel is that a lot of industries all around the world, they have the means and they have the financial capacity to protect themselves. So that's why you see cybersecurity companies that the report are in fact targeting a problematic that is in fact a problematic of a niche. But what we really want to achieve is to service everyone, and most of the ones that have the least of the capacity to defend themselves. So this human centricity is something that I could see picked up by Stephanie, and also the fact that we need to be driven by evidence. It was discussed in the last panel, in the panel before, that we need to have information to know what's happening, and we need to share it widely. So I don't know, Stephanie, if you are with us, if we can discuss about your work yet.
Yes, hello. So what you've been seeing online in real time is I've been taking notes of capturing the key points from the panelists, questions from you all, the speakers, and you're seeing a rough draft of that work, and that work will be cleaned up and created more presentable for you all. So those will become part of your notes from the session today.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. And of course, there was a question in the chat. This session is recorded. And on top of that, what has been thought about, engineered, crafted, designed by the various artists that were presented, and also by Stephanie, would be available for the viewer and the audience. We'll make that public as the output of this conference. I mean, to sum up, interestingly, the way the panelists engage between each other and with the audience around this concept of cyberpeace shows several points. The first is that the need is there. The need is clearly identified, and the need to have a holistic approach when it comes to the problematic of cybersecurity, cybercrime, and most importantly, the activities of states in the cyberspace is there. The second part is that the focus should be human. Cyberspace is a space for human beings. The day we will just have framework to protect machines against other machines and that's it, I'm not sure you, me, everyone here is going to be as interested in this whole endeavor. So human beings are using the cyberspace. In fact, talking about cyber sometimes is a bit irrelevant, because what are we talking about? We're talking about education. We're talking about, as it was mentioned before, access to knowledge. We're talking about communication. We're talking about paying your bills, paying your taxes, communicating with your friends, everything that you do today that is digitized. And this is cyber. And this is a problematic that goes beyond what we could think sometimes is the niche of cybersecurity or cyber attacks. So in this context, what the CyberPeace Institute is proud to do, not alone, in a coalition. And today the message was to say that all these actors that we discussed with are actors that we are working with, and we want to work with more and more actors, because we saw that what is done well in one part of the world is the best way to inform what should be maybe looked at in other parts, and vice versa. What is done wrong can inform everyone when it comes to best practices, spending of resources to increase this resilience around the globe. So we really see our mission as being part of this ecosystem, and more, and even more, to facilitate the work of everyone in this field. So to that, we already put in place in the CyberPeace Institute a capacity of assistance. This was explained to you before by my colleague Adrien with our first project, Cyber for Healthcare, where today healthcare professionals that are busy fighting COVID-19 can get help for free directly from this platform, and thanks to the incredible support that we get from industry partners. At the same time, we are also building now an analytical capability, and I built on the previous panel, which is going to provide a transparent methodology and analytical capacity to look into attacks and to make as much as we can to participate to this collective effort to map the norm, I mean like the theory of the law, and what is really happening in the field, and make sure that this is documented. And there was also a question in the chat. It's going to be public for sure, and we will learn from what has been done by other actors, and we can quote again the amazing work of the Citizen Lab in this context. And why we want to do this? Because we want to make sure that the stories of the people that are today impacted by cyber attacks, it's important that we have these stories used and understood by the ones that are making policies. Policies, it could be like protocols, or it could be the policies that we discussed a lot in extent today. So that's the work of the CyberPeace Institute, and I'm very glad that it inspired the various actors that we have today, the audience that reacted with us, and also the work of art that was ongoing. So going back to Stephanie, if you have a chance now to present your artwork. So I think we had a disconnection, we had a technical problem, but again, I was mentioning there's going to be the space for this to be done. It will be available for the wider audience after the conference. It leads me to look into a different question that we had. One that is quite important, in fact, is okay, what do we do from this, and are we as a CyberPeace Institute participating to effort in order to make sure that norms are implemented? It's linked to the transparency. We are working on the reporting, so public-facing reporting that we really want. We aim to have helpful for the wider community in specific problematics. And as you could see this year, obviously, trying to help, we focused on what is happening to the healthcare. So our first reporting will be in that context, and it will be available in the beginning of next year. On this, I hope that you could get a chance to know the people today that are spending a lot of their time, resources, and effort to craft this common approach towards CyberPeace. It's a pleasure for us to be engaged with them, and it was a pleasure to, at least for me, to be engaged with you today. On a personal note, it's been 1 year to the day that I joined the CyberPeace Institute, so it's anniversary square. Thanks, everyone, and enjoy your day, and most importantly, be safe.
I stand in the future and I see a world at CyberPeace. I see that almost the entire population of the world has joined me online. I see men and women, young and old, and populations who were marginalized. I see them online. I see that all of the people can connect to all of the internet all of the time. I see trust and security. I see that citizens, government, and industry can trust one another. CyberPeace for me is making sure that we all get connected. CyberPeace to me is making sure we are securely connected. CyberPeace to me is one cyberspace for you, for me, and for all of us in security and love. My name is Nena. I come from the internet, and we are here for peace. Everyone for peace.